Hey everybody, how's it going? What the? Markers and Prime. I am back with the heck is this game? Raging Loop. I blanked on the name for a second. Alright, we had to be interrupted last time, so we're gonna start over. As long as everything's good. Looks like everything's good. Anyway, we are waking up from a drunken stupor. We had decided that we needed the cop to make sure that we stay and go to Yasumizu. And to do that, apparently we need to get drunk, so we stayed in his drunk tank overnight. So let's see what happens next. He brought us in, has no suspicions. We're good. Where was I? Ow, my head. Back. My head and my back. I hurt all over. Tatami and a blanket. So he really let me spend the night here. Just as I'd planned. The officer was actually a nice guy. Not like I couldn't tell. He was just rough and simple. Basically, the way to get around him was to get him to think there was nothing more to me than met the eye. Oh, you awake? Let's talk for a bit. All right. It was time. So, let me get this straight. You got no money, can't find a job, got chased from your apartment, left by your girl, and your parents are already gone. You came to the mountains to drink yourself stupid and die, but couldn't finish the job, huh? Yes. Tokyo's hell, isn't it? I expect him to go ain't it. He seemed like an ain't it kind of guy. Yes. After I spent an hour lying about myself, the officer looked at me with a sympathetic expression. If you ask me, you should have tried to look more proper than that. Yes, I'll think about it. Basically, I didn't talk unless prompted, nor did I argue with him. This guy was definitely good-natured, but he was also rough around the edges. Chatty and a bit preachy. In this case, I just kind of let him set the pace. I was about to ask him something outrageous after all. I needed to be completely on board with his story. The front door was made of glass, and when people passed me on the farm road in front, they all gave me funny looks. It was early morning, but the people of Kamafujiyoshi were already aware of and concerned about my presence, an outsider. Well, dying ain't good. Yes, I was too scared to die even when drunk. Didn't seem that way. Sometimes you're so scared you can't help but laugh. Huh, that's so. Well, what do you want to do now? I paused to make it seem like I was hesitating. I want to make a fresh start, but I've got nowhere to go. I faked some tears and quivered as I spoke. My wife's from Miyazaki. They got a small workshop there. Want to give that a try? Huh? Your wife is from Kyushu? Yeah, she's a tough woman. How'd you meet? Well, when I was still 20... And so he began his grandiose hour-long talk about his youthful romance. The words karma and a cursed rebound came to mind. Apparently, he wasn't a Fujiyoshi inhabitant at the start. He and his wife were only living here in the sticks because he was the local officer. That makes sense. Because, I mean, not everyone from Fujiyoshi would probably want to be an officer. Maybe not even one person would, which seems like the case here. So they just kind of assign a guy. Apparently from Kyushu. It was then that said wife, a plump and pleasant woman, came out and served us tea. So they really were living here. Eventually, they got so lovey-dovey it was hard for me to talk. I instead considered what to do next. I mean, this made it really hard for me to say. I wanted to make a fresh start here in Fujiyoshi. Even his wife suggested I went to work for her family back in Kyushu. Such nice people. Exactly the type that'd get swindled. That sounds great, but this place is nice too, isn't it? There's lots of nature. I think I could take it easy here. Oh, but it's so inconvenient. It's all surrounded by mountains. I have a feeling like I was brought here for a purpose. Like maybe I'd meet someone. Well, you did. You met us, didn't you? Oh, damn, she was a tough one. This is the first time anyone has been so nice to me. Oh dear, please don't cry. I just imagine her thinking, "You wuss." I want to pay you back. Can I work somewhere in this village? I got to the heart of the matter, but the guy didn't look enthusiastic. His wife left the room, leaving behind the two of us and an awkward silence. I don't think you should. Huh? I mean, this place is full of old people, and it's not like we have any local exports or anything. The most you can expect is odd jobs, but that's good enough for me. I don't even need any money. That's great and all, but there's a town not too far from here. I want to work here. Well, how do I put it? The people here are a bit strange, you see. He went and said it. Listening to his story had made me guess that he wasn't under Fujiyoshi's sway to the degree others were. He ain't eating the food. That's why. They'd lived here for 20 years, but in some small ways, they were still outsiders. Wow, 20 years. The bitterness in his expression was more than enough to give me that impression. Strange? Forget I said that. Anyway, don't take this the wrong way, but you should find some other... Suddenly I heard a sound coming from the outside. It was a town broadcast. Some speakers somewhere in the village were playing some unclear music, and it was... Oh, that surprised you? It's the sign that it's 7 o'clock. Why specifically 7 o'clock? Yeah, I'd heard the music back in Yasumizu. It was both a children's song and a playground singing game. Jimmy had said it was called Prayer to Shinai. So it was a song revering Great Lord Shinai. But from what I remembered, it was about the feast of the Yomi Purge. That's a strange melody. I forget what it's called. It's been around here for generations. So the village as a whole had inherited it. There wasn't anything strange about that, really. Even if its roots were in a cruel legend, the passage of time would eventually erode said legend's significance. Just introduce something like a wolf bullying festival, and it would be nothing more than a decent song to serve as a morning alarm for the villagers. But that was only true if the legend's meaning had been forgotten. Kind of hard to forget the legend's meaning when it actually keeps happening. Although I guess it's almost every 70-ish years. Seeing as, what's her name? Taiba hadn't really seen it. And the old guy who cried wolf was probably the only one in the whole entire village that had experienced the feast beforehand. What happened next was shocking, even to someone who had their suspicions about the nature of this place. One by one, people started coming out of their homes, forming a crowd. Oh, right. Okay. That makes sense why 7 p.m. or 7 o'clock they have this song. The road before the office was full of people traveling from right to left. Where had this many people even come from? I couldn't get any good looks at their expressions, but they were all hanging their heads despondently. Were they just tired? What's going on? They're going to the watering hole. Watering hole? I've been learning not to just ask a word as a question and actually ask a whole question when I hear a term I'm not familiar with. The eatery. Everyone eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner there. That was it. How lunch? Unless like everyone takes the same lunch anyway. That would kind of suck. That's a bit weird. Yeah, it's got something to do with there being a ban on using fire because it could burn the mountain, so the watering hole did it in secret. That's why everyone here eats at the watering hole instead of their homes. Meal times are dictated by the Higuchi, so... What about us? Higuchi! Hey, how's it going, you weird, soft voice piece of shit? The door suddenly opened, and I heard a soft voice I didn't recognize. Surprised, the officer and I turned around. It was a man in a suit, average build, his face was round, and he looked a bit shy of middle age. I feel like this guy'd be my age. It's nothing, Higuchi-san. It turned out he was a member of one of the 4 head families here, the Higuchi. That was the family Kaori Oribe had married into. But when her husband, the family's head, died, she was sent to Yasumizu. That means this man was related to Yasunaga-kun and Yoshitsugu-kun. I couldn't see a resemblance. He doesn't look like a delinquent, but he kind of does look like a nerd. I was definitely intrigued, though. Fujiyoshi had a tradition of using the watering hole to feed themselves. And if the Higuchi family was in charge of it, that gave them an influential position. People needed food to stay alive, and if they didn't have any way to cook, they wouldn't even consider making food for themselves. I could only imagine the power a family could have if it was in charge of all the local food and drink. Kaori Oribe-san was in charge of the dining hall too. Her relation to the Higuchi probably had something to do with that. I could see that. They put her in charge of food there because they're in charge of food here. They're in charge of food everywhere on this mountain. Not outside. Whoa. Does that mean they provide the same food to that convenience store? Perhaps she'd been sent there to fill that role. But if that was the case, the idea that Yasumizu had been completely abandoned wasn't true at all. It didn't mean that Kama Fujiyoshi was actually controlling what went on here. Or there. What went on there. Everyone was talking about this person. Who is he? Name's Fusashi. Kid went through some bad stuff, wandered here, wanted to die. That sounds quite awful. Higuchi-san gave me a genuinely sympathetic smile. I was just thinking about a few things. I'll share those thoughts in a bit. No need for that. I think I wasn't in the right mind. Sorry for the bother. Well, that's all fine and good. I see. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoji Higuchi. I am in charge of the odd jobs around here. Pleased to meet you. Haruaki Fusashi. You're quite stylish. Hunk, as they say. I wouldn't say so. May I ask what you were talking about? We're about to eat. Can't you leave it for later? I forgot. You always make your own food. Oh, but so yeah, this is what I was thinking about. I was curious if what's his name? If For 20 years, the police officer and his wife got their food from that convenience store then. Because they're the only ones that don't actually go and get food with everyone else. They make their own food, so where would it come from? I only could think that they get it from the convenience store. And the convenience store apparently has a few products from Kama Fujiyoshi. Like that plant soda. Hey, mind, how's it going? I forgot. You always make your own food. Oh, but have you had breakfast yet, Fusaishi-san? Care to join us? My family runs an eatery. We can treat you. It might also be a good chance to talk. Don't worry. Looking after Fujiyoshi is part of my role. I'd like to know everything there is to know about what's happening here. He looks gentle and easy to get along with, but also like someone I had to watch my step around. He just walked right up to the local police officer and asked him for information like it was a casual request. It was clear who was in charge here. I gave the officer a glance out of the corner of my eye, but he'd stopped talking. I felt like the conversation I had with him could have led me to sharing breakfast with him and his wife. But he hadn't said anything about Shoji Higuchi-shi inviting me. It was like he was telling me to accept it. Or perhaps there was just no point in trying to refuse. May I? Even so, I did ask for his permission. Can I have him after breakfast? But the officer didn't even want to talk to me anymore. There's still some things I'd like to ask him. Perhaps Fujiyoshi was a place where, in his presence, you couldn't even have a conversation without him involved. Yes, of course. Anyway, it was decided. The sky was clear. The eatery was split into several buildings around the village. From what Higuchi-shi had told me, Fujiyoshi had a population of about 1,000 people. It was pretty small for an autonomous area, but it was still enough to make eating in one building impossible. He went into one of them. It was crowded, but upon seeing us, the villagers stepped aside as if this was all planned. Apparently, everyone here did what they could to accommodate Higuchi-shi. Also, everyone was staring at me like I was an alien or something. But it felt like Higuchi-shi's presence discouraged them from staring too long. That attitude aside, everyone here looked pretty normal. Your usual Japanese people. The lethargy from before was nowhere to be seen. Maybe they just looked lethargic because it was early morning. Most looked like they were farmers, but I could also see some students in uniforms bearing the same design as the ones worn by the students in Yasumizu. The building itself was an aged wooden structure, but it was a whole lot bigger than the one in Yasumizu, and looked way sturdier too. The interior wasn't too pretty, but it was spacious. You grabbed a tray right after walking in, then got tea and rice bowls, or whatever the ladies in apron, whatever from the ladies in aprons. It felt like a high school cafeteria, but you couldn't choose what you wanted. You could refuse what you didn't want, though. I'll look after him, don't worry. He spoke to the elderly women, one after another, and made them stop staring at me with suspicion. Then we took our trays, and without paying anything, apparently they had something like union dues for that. How effective. Walked away. Parting the crowd, we searched for a place to sit down. It's a bit cramped in here, but please do eat. I really appreciated getting to eat a normal meal. Lots of rice, miso soup, the one with vegetables and boiled beans. I thought it was vegetarian at first, but then felt something meaty inside. It's shishi. Not used to it. It doesn't taste that strange, does it? Shishi. Like, shishi? Boar? Not specifically. In here, deer, boar, all the wild meat is called shishi. Oh yeah, I heard that shishi once used to be the Japanese reading for meat before it became niku. I'm surprised you know that. The people of this area have been hunting for a long time, and even now the hunters share what they catch, like they did with this. I hadn't thought I'd ever eat wild game in some communal eatery. Lucky me. Though the taste was kind of bland overall, I could detect some soy sauce on the vegetables, while the boiled beans were kind of sweet. The soup stock too. Made me think they used the minimal amount of flavoring. The miso soup didn't really seem like miso soup, it was more like a stew. Probably because shishi was the only thing they used for the stock. I tasted more of it and realized that the overboiled meat still had a sort of beastly texture and smell about it. Meaning it was kind of gamey still. I couldn't call it good, but it was a unique local meal not everyone had the chance to eat. I was grateful for the experience. 1 second. Blah, 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 blah. Oh gosh. So I have to answer a few messages real quick. The eating was still crowded as the people came and went, but Higuchi didn't seem bothered as we talked. I kept up with him during the conversation, repeating the same lies I'd told to the officer, and making sure to look as much a poor unfortunate soul as I could. That's okay. I just remembered where I heard that phrase before. It's from frickin' Little Mermaid, the poor unfortunate souls. He smiled all the way through, even as he interjected now and again. I felt like he was at least 100 times craftier than the officer. That's not that hard because the officer's pretty simple and nice. Kind of straightforward. Doesn't seem that crafty at all. And I wondered if it was my inner contrarian speaking. It could be your inner contrarian, but also I can go against what you're saying and be a contrarian myself. After that, Higuchi and I returned to the officer's post, but what would you say to Tosaishi-san moving to Fujiyoshi? It was what I wanted to hear, but I couldn't let it show on my face. While the officer was against it, he didn't intend to argue too strongly. He and Higuchi discussed some things, but it seemed like Higuchi already knew how he'd treat me. And it didn't look like the officer's take mattered to him. After a few exchanges, the officer caved, and it was my turn to speak. You're okay with this too, aren't you, Fusaishi-san? Now that was a smile I couldn't say no to, even if I wanted to. Well, it really did seem like the heads of Kama Fujiyoshi were a twisted bunch. Yes, this opportunity is a godsend for me. You can settle in right away, but it's going to be a place a short distance from here. Was he serious? I don't mind. What kind of place is it? I'll tell you more in a moment. Oh, that reminds me. We had some people already headed there. Those two, huh? We'll ask them to take you there. There was no mistaking it. He smiled like he was harmless while forcing me into the settlement for the ostracized. So, do I have to sign anything? We can take care of that later. I know someone in Tokyo. He can act as a proxy for that. Anyway, we must start with your place of residence. You'd be a bother if you stayed in the officer's post after all. I'll talk to the ones going there. Don't worry, they're from the city too. Oh, I'll have to tell the locals about you too. I'll be quite busy, but I'm sure I can get it all done by lunch. Anyway, goodbye for now. He one-sided the end of the conversation and left the post. Nice guy. On the surface, anyway. Yeah. The officer understood the situation, didn't like it, but couldn't go against one of the heads. This was probably why Chiamid said we couldn't trust the police. Fuck the police. Coming straight from the underground. In Fujiyoshi, even government institutions were only a secondary authority. Anyway, what could I make of this? I did actually expect to be sent to Yasumizu. The people here had no interest in harboring outsiders. We weren't welcome. Or maybe they wanted to avoid the initial trouble caused by my immigration by making me live with the ostracized until I got used to the village. Whatever the case, this wasn't something I had a say in, which made it seem really bad. Either that or Higuchi knows something's coming and he wants to put more players in the game. That was probably why the officer was so against it. I can understand that. Higuchi, on the other hand, seemed a bit heavy-handed with all this. I could understand him wanting to set me up with a place quickly. But as someone who knew about the feast, I couldn't help but be suspicious of the timing. The mists would come this evening. And he wanted to give Yasumizu a new inhabitant until then. Did Higuchi, ahead of Kama Fujiyoshi, understand what that meant? He has to understand what that means. I mean, I think Kama Fujiyoshi, I think they actually know the real meaning of the feast. I was going to say festival. Have you ever read Kyuko Hosei's articles? Sorry. I went through a highly familiar exchange and finished my introduction to Hisaku Mamiya a second time. Hello, it's nice to meet you. Hello. He was as hard to deal with as always. He just don't like talking. Higuchi worked fast, thorough too. He'd gotten back to me before noon, and before I knew it, I was greeting the ones who'd lead me to my place. Well, lead you to the village. I don't think they, well, maybe they do know. Although it's their first time in that village, so I don't think they know exactly where your house is going to be. Just as I'd expected, they were journalists. Higuchi-san said that he already contacted the people in Yasumizu. What about you? Are you ready? Yeah, I'm more worried about you, in fact. Oh, we're all right. If we can get there at noon, we won't have to stay hungry for long. I see. So you intended to come later for their convenience? Yes. He said we should avoid coming when the people there are eating. Honestly, I wanted to cover their eating environment. So this is a bit of a stroke of luck. Oh, so this is probably also had something to do with the people of Fujiyoshi not wanting to show their daily lives out to outsiders. I'm thinking more Kama Fujiyoshi. They could have just refused them completely, though. Did the journalists have connections that made them impossible to refuse, or did they want to show what a developed settlement it was? Or maybe they had no intention of letting them go. Unlikely. Hold on. Sorry, I've got a couple more messages I just need to reply to. I don't want to mess up reading. It's difficult to type things out while reading something else. I know you'll understand, everybody. Okay, I'll get going. No bad timing for me. Don't ban me. Please don't ban me. Please don't ban me, mods. Please don't ban me. If they killed anyone from Yasumizu or some nobody like me, they could easily conceal it due to how isolated the location was. One second. Okay. Controller, go! But the two journalists had come here to make an article. If something were to happen to them here, it'd be certain to draw unwanted attention to the village. Sorry. Okay, my seconds are done. Don't evil monkey point at me. My apologies. No more seconds. I mean, I could be like the British and say 2 seconds. No, I'm just kidding. On the other hand, if Kamafujiyoshi's people knew that the feast was near, they probably wouldn't have allowed them here. I think we should head over now. What do you think, Hashimoto-san? Fine. Whoa, he was slow, but he actually communicated with someone. That was rare. So, sorry for the bother, and thank you for having me. No worries. That was the first exchange I'd shared with him. In this life, anyway. Of course. Now, get in. Get in the car. Get in the chopper. Out of it. The van starts slowly traveling down the thin, paved road between the farms. Come to think of it, May was rice planting season. The field here had water all over it and didn't display a single weed. It was full of people planting rice seedlings by hand. They're not using machines. Looks like it. The people here don't seem to like modern technology. Combines and tractors aren't that new. If you ask me, I'm impressed they're doing such a good job by hand. I'm not sure they are. That's why the big families here are trying to get heavy machinery for the job. I see. Like Higuchi-san? I heard that the Miguruma We're in charge of farming development. I see. So they have money, huh? Seems so. Not quite sure how that works. Yeah, that's a good point, because they don't have major exports. How are the head families making a ton of money here? Something has to work here. Well, how do I put this? What I mean to say is, the big families are strangely rich for a mountain village. With an aging populace where the young will go work outside? Really? Yes. The Miguruma house was really big. They even had a large foreign car. I mean, if they had a European car, not only is that expensive to have, that is super expensive to upkeep. American and Japanese cars are a lot easier to get maintenance for and have work done, but even in America, any European cars, you need a special license to do mechanic work on them and have a shop that does mechanic work on any European cars. German engineering. Yeah, even if it was something that could easily be explained, it was still something to keep in mind. We should make a voice reading squad. We should. I could share a screen. We could all be on Discord, and I could give up on doing female voices because, dear God, those are difficult. I'm like, how do I make different female voices when I can't even make one? Q-chan. Yes? The strange nickname Hashimoto-san used surprised me, but Mamiya-san herself didn't seem bothered. You shouldn't make too many assumptions. But the journalist within you is curious. It's nothing big. I think you should just leave it at that. Is that your famous photographer intuition talking? Who knows? Well, alright. This isn't my specialty anyway. Anyway, forget what I said. Yes. Nope. By the way, I heard you're moving here. That's how it turned out. Have you heard about the place you're going to? I didn't, but I can imagine what it's like. My words made her give me a strange look. As in, it probably isn't a good place to live in. It being separate from the main settlement and all. Why do you think that? Few people look comfortable about how I'd be treated. While Higuchi-san looks less like a nice guy and more like someone who could easily shrug off any guilt. His actions would cause him... shrug off any guilt his actions would cause him. I see. Don't mind me though. I'm satisfied with where I'm going. Maybe I shouldn't say anything, but it's a really isolated place. I don't know if loving the countryside is enough to bear it. Don't worry. Compared to dying, any place is heaven. Wait, that must sound strange. She's laughing. What an awkward laugh. Apparently, they'd been told I almost committed suicide. I'm curious though. What kind of place is it? It's special. Q-chan. She tried choosing her words carefully, but that made it sound worse than just a place for the ostracized. It made it sound like they all ride the short bus. Hashimoto-shi seemed to be warning her, but she continued talking anyway. I still don't know much, but it's full of people who are unfairly forced to live there. I think I was fairly forced to live there. I don't know how unfair it is yet. Both the place and the people living there aren't regarded highly here in Kamafujiyoshi. Think before you go leaking information. I pick and choose who I'm saying this to. This is something a person who is moving there should know. It's only fair. There's something you should know. You should say before that, though. Right. Sorry, Fusashi-san. Please keep this off the record. Sure, I won't say a word to the people there. With that in mind, are you sure you can still go back with us if you change your mind after seeing it? You wouldn't mind, would you, Hashimoto-san? I'll think about it. If that's what he wants. Fusashi-san, do you want to leave with us? They're talking to Fusashi like he's like a little kid that it's like 3 or 4 that doesn't fully understand he's in a bad situation. Fusashi-san, do you want to leave with us? These two had an interesting relationship. Mamiya-san did all the talking, but Hashimoto-san seemed to outrank her. Hell, though he didn't speak much, everything he said was really well constructed. Made sense, so to speak. I mean, he probably took a long time constructing it, so, you know, when he talks, he means what he says. While Mamiya-san often became overly excited, Hashimoto-san was strangely stable. Not just in terms of appearance, the dude's a mountain. Wait, this has no time to scrutinize my traveling companions. No, I don't feel like going back to the city anymore. Thank you for the consideration, though. But, Mami-san, you're probably saying this as a fellow city dweller, but you realize I'm a pretty shady character myself, right? I'm just grateful for your help. That's more than enough. I see. Then I won't say anything more. Haruaki Fusashi-kun, was it? Yes? You really don't look like a guy at the end of his rope. We are too smiley and happy. We must have all the life drained from our eyes. I get that a lot. Must be my carefree attitude. I see. I'm sorry. You know, one of my classmates in middle school committed suicide. He was always so carefree that we couldn't believe he'd done something like that. Guess that's the way it is sometimes. I might have said too much. Recalling the scene at the officer's post, I tried to get back into the character of the poor suicidal man. The van slowly ambled onward. We approached a slightly more open space. It seemed to be the center of the village, and it looked like there were small shops there. But as we went on, it started to become even more desolate, and you could see more and more trees growing between the buildings. If that was where Kamafujiyoshi ended, it was only about 3 kilometers across. If I was about 10 square kilometers if it was about 10 square kilometers in size, it had 100 people for every one of them. So 100 people for every 10 kilometers. That's pretty spread out, I think. I don't know. I come from California where 100 people for like 1 kilometer is probably not uncommon. Actually, probably a lot more, in a kilometer. The stones I'd seen back in Yasumizu were nowhere in sight. Apparently, they really were Yasumizu exclusive. I could see a larger building nearby, and Mamiya-san told me it was the branch school from some nearby town. Wait, so how many towns are around here? Because so far we've only heard a lot about Kamafujiyoshi and Yasumizu. But that means there's a lot of towns in the area that would send their kids to this branch school. All students in Fujiyoshi must get their education there before moving on to help in the fields. The smarter ones left to work outside the village upon graduating high school. Those who went from here to college were rare, meaning that, at least relative to other locals, Chiemi was a prodigy. The students from Yasumizu should have been in school this time of day. Once we passed the last residence, we entered an area mostly untouched by human hand. The road led us into the overgrown mountains. There were large stones on each side of the road. Impressive, huh? They're like tories. Tories? Yes. Trees inhabited by the birds serving the gods, or a gateway through a sacred boundary. Fujiyoshi worships the mountain, apparently. Oh, Great Lord Shinai. You know about it? Crap! Higuchi-san told me a few things. Anyway, you don't only hear that this mountain is special outside this village, do you? I've never even heard of the god Shinai. Going by the kanji, it sounds like it's a monkey god of some sort. But that one is only used in calendars and directions. Weren't your articles about food? Oh, sorry. I used to write about the occult. Quickly switch topics because it wasn't keeping food on the table. She looked like your typical neat and fashionable career woman, so this was really unexpected. That's kind of interesting. That's good to know, though. She has knowledge of the occult. Really? It sounds interesting, though. In this day and age, anyone who wants to read that kind of stuff just uses the internet. Everything in magazines is a lie, and all the real occult info is on the net. That's the general opinion of people in the occult these days. The piece of the pie that's still around was taken by the leading writers. We newbies didn't have a chance. Now that you mentioned it, I hadn't seen as many magazines on the occult and supernatural these days. No idea if that was a good thing, though. I mean, that makes sense. If all the info's on the internet, it's kind of slow for magazines to get the news and distribute it. But also, they just basically be taking everything from the internet and putting it in a magazine. The car passed a large boulder. The road is about to get bumpy. Be careful. Ah, all right. The moment he said that, the car jumped, scaring the crap out of me. I shit my pants. If those stones were the mountain's boundary, we were now on Great Lord Shinai's turf. Beyond it, we'd find Yasumizu and Sadanaga. The entrance to Yomi was beyond the sacred ground. This religion just kept getting weirder and weirder. Eventually the pavement ended and we were on the gravel road. The grove of trees became a dark forest. It was cloudy, so there wasn't much light to begin with, which only made this place extra creepy. I composed myself. After all, the real creepiness was at the end of this road. We weren't saying a word anymore, and I thought about mundane stuff like the convenience of cars. We went down on the side of the mountain for about 20 minutes and eventually made it through God's narrow road. I'm very curious how this is about to change his dynamic with Chiemi. Beyond the dense forest, there was a relatively open space. We'd arrived at the entrance I'd passed when Haru-chan escaped the settlement, and I searched for her. There were the same two large stones, and they did a great job telling me that this was some sort of boundary. We're close. I felt like I heard a hint of nervousness in her voice. We were about to enter a strange realm. Or were we already there? There's no point in thinking about it now. We just passed the gate and she was... I stared, careful not to lose sight of her. Our eyes met. A mysterious red stare, white hair trailing behind her. She looked at the van as we passed. And she fell. Kaplunk! She hit the stone. She hit her head on the stone and is now writhing in pain. Hey, please stop the van. What? Suddenly, as it was, Hashimoto-shi stopped the van. I jumped out and ran to her. Are you all right? Whoa! She was still writhing on the ground with her hands on her head. There was no trace of the divinity and mystery from last time or from just a moment ago. Yeah, because she paid too much attention to the van and ran into a fucking rock. It hurts. I can tell. Who are you? Just a passerby. Who am I? Hold on. I merely wanted to say that. Oh. So you feel up to joking around at least, huh? Right. The pain made me lose my composure for a moment. The girl, or rather woman, since she was older than me, became red as a tomato right before my eyes. Rokako Uematsu. Was she an albino? Actually, no, that makes sense. She has pale skin, red eyes, and white hair. She's albino. Her skin and hair were pale, while her eyes were blood red. Her unusual appearance and manner of speech were exactly as I remembered. But man, where did this playfulness come from? Is she the love interest for Fusashi-san now? Well, I hadn't spoke to her much last time, so maybe I didn't know her as well as I thought I did. Are you okay? Be honest. My late mother said that pain is proof you are well. Hey, that depends on the situation. Excuse me. Slightly hesitant, I reached out for her head, gently touched it, and examined the damage. Ow. Oh, you're bleeding a bit. That's gonna leave a bump. You should take it easy for a while. Are you a doctor? No, this sort of thing is common knowledge. From the look of the wound, it isn't that bad, is it? I thought he was studying to be some kind of doctor. Are you okay? Yes, but having my hair touched like that makes me feel a bit odd. I rather like the feeling, but I'm uncertain how I should respond. Was the skin on her head sensitive or something? Physical intimacy with the first villager you meet. Not bad, Fusashi-kun. You know, I sense a pattern here with Fusashi. He kind of just goes with whatever girl he first meets from this village. That's why he didn't do anything with Mamiya. What are you saying? Oh, God. Out of nowhere came the old lady. No, I'm not. Listen up. Lady Uematsu here slipped and hit her head, so I just... She's not... What horrible things did this hoodlum do to you, Uematsu-sama? How awful. She wasn't listening at all. Feeling a bit stupid for worrying so much about her, I explained what happened and cleared up the misunderstanding. My apologies for the trouble. I just realized I never really had a voice for Tai Yamawaki. The ones to blame are the ones who misunderstand. I don't know what to do. Sorry. Now, Uematsu-sama, you should come and rest at home. No need to worry about me, Yamawaki-san. Sato-sama is in Yasumizu right now. Call him. I'll call him. We can take you. Yes, please do. Now, this was unusual. She hated outsiders, but she couldn't say no to Hashimoto-san's presence. Because he's a fucking mountain. And they love mountains here. Uematsu-san, was it? Are you sure you don't have to go to the hospital? We have a doctor right here. We have a doctor here. Really? That's good. Then we'll give you a hand. Want to get on? Apologies for the trouble. Sorry, Fusashi-kun, you're stuck with the back. It was full of equipment, though. I can walk. Don't. I've been talking nonchalantly, but her response was a stern one. Well, it was true I could have caused some serious trouble if I arrived completely alone. I knew this from my experience arriving via Sadanaga. Also, I wasn't supposed to be familiar with the area. I had to avoid looking suspicious. My apologies. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No, I mean, I am Rikaku Uematsu. Rikaku as in plum flower and Uematsu as in spin and end. Oh, right. We haven't properly introduced ourselves. Haruaki Fusaishi, Fusa from kitchen and Ishi from stone tools, and Haruaki from the Japanese for Neo-Confucianism. Neo-Confucianism. Haruaki Fusaishi? I felt like she didn't get it all. I mean, she has a head injury, so full understanding, or lack of full understanding, rather, is understandable. Anyway, thanks to that, I became an inhabitant of the back seat and a fellow passenger alongside Rikaku Uematsu. For a brief moment, anyway, we didn't speak much. The only noteworthy thing was the strange smell of dried aromatic wood she'd brought along. Besides that, I was struggling to keep my seat as we jostled down the bumpy road. Leaving a trail on the unpaved road, we arrived and drove through Yasumizu. We passed the front of the Nosato mansion, then the construction site, Tai-san's house probably, until finally we arrived at the plaza. By the time we got there, Uematsu-san seemed to be in perfect health and apologized profusely for the trouble she'd caused. Though, it'd be best if she took care of the wound on her head. Mamiya-san and I went alongside her and took her to the house she was living in. That's when she choked the shit out of us being a Yomibito, or a very corrupted Yomibito. It was the same place where she'd lost her mind and the rest of us had barricaded her in. Now then, I shall wait for Nosato-sama just in case. So he's a doctor? He doesn't seem like a doctor. He seems like an idiot. Take care. Yes. Fusashi-sama, I will surely make it up to you. Oh, don't worry about it. Okay, I was wondering when Meiko would show up. Because we're with Rikaku Uematsu, so that means Meiko's nearby. Whoa. I'd completely forgotten about Uematsu-san's extra. Oh, who's this girl? You did not see her yesterday? She wandered into Yasumizu 2 days ago. Oh, from Kamafujiyoshi? I can drive her back if you want. No, she... Oh, why not ask someone else? Rikaku-san needs to rest. Well... You have a point. Then we'll be leaving now. What about this girl? Meiko. Uematsu-san called to Meiko and brought her inside. A stronger smell began wafting from the building. Maybe they were burning incense. She's cute, isn't she? Yeah. Her attire combined with her appearance makes her look just mystifying. Attire? You didn't notice? While it's in the style of a Shinto shrine maiden uniform, the dark coloration is clearly Buddhism influenced. It's clearly religious garb. I never expected a place so remote to have its own religion. How exciting. It's good to be enthusiastic about your work, but there are limits to how far you should pry, don't you think? Man, everyone seemed to just appear out of nowhere this time. Oh, Nosato-san, I'm sorry. Are you here to treat Uematsu-san? Mamiya-san gave a confident journalistic smile and spoke to Kiyonosuke no Satoshi. Yes, if you're aware of that, then please clear the way. And who is this man? Oh, he's Haruaki Fusaishi-san. Higuchi-san sent him to live here. Huh? Hello, I hope we get along. You're not from Fujiyoshi, are you? No, I'm not. Things happened, I left Tokyo, I ended up here. What's Higuchi thinking? You have my sympathy, though. Anyway, I'm off. I'm coming in, Rikaku-san. Sympathy, huh? As condescending as always. After parting ways with him, we returned to the plaza. Hashimoto-san was taking photos of a small flower nearby. I could imagine that someone told him to not take photos of the houses. We were the only ones here. I couldn't hear anything but the wind. It was strangely quiet. Like always, this place is... She fell silent before finishing her derisive comment. Wise move. Wouldn't it be good to finish that comment by comparing the place to a ghost town? Let's go then. You're going to the dining hall, right? Yes. Despite having next to nothing to do with me, Mami-san was helping me out a lot. Then again, she was heading there too. So I just kind of tagged along. Oh, I've been waiting for you. You're Fusashi-san, yes? And hello to you too. Hosei-san and Hashimoto-san. Hello. Hello. It took a lot to keep myself from saying hello. Higuchi-san sent me here. Pleasure to meet you. Shoji Higuchi had pushed me into working at the dining hall here. Not the watering hole, but dining hall. He strongly emphasized that it was under his control. That was why it had been decided I'd meet Kaori-san. Psycho! She had an oval, composed, slightly haggard-faced, and I couldn't see a hint of the demon from before. Apparently, if it wasn't for their children, some parents could become both demons and angels. Yeah, Yoshitsugu-kun isn't dead yet. I also don't know if he actually is gonna die. A lot can change in this playthrough. I kind of felt like that applied to the entire history of mankind, for better or for worse. My, you're well behaved for someone so young. Oh no, I'm just a failure. Oh, come now. But are you sure you want to, It's fine. Many people say otherwise, but this is a nice place. It is? You here for the love pairings? I'm down for it. I am down for the love pairings. I do want to see if it all changes, because last time he went with Shimmy, but this time he first met what's her name? Uematsu-san or Rikako. Maybe sparks will fly there this time. It is, but I don't know if you've been told, but this dining hall is more like a ration distribution house. This is hard for me to say, but you won't be paid. The most we can offer is meals. I don't mind. If I can live a simple life, I don't need money. I don't think there's anything you can buy here anyway. My. Huh. What are you set? What are you, an old fart? Suddenly, Yoshitsugu Oribe-kun walked through the door, displaying the same recklessness that probably got him killed last time. Yoshitsugu, why are you not in school? Shut it. I said I ain't going. Hey, you fucking zombie. Heard you came here because you couldn't die. That's so lame. Yoshitsugu, how dare you? Oh, word spread fast around here. They'd called and told Kaori-san about it, then she told it to several other people, and it probably leaked. Yeah, I'm so lame. The hell? You okay upstairs? I can't say I am. I'm an idiot. Hey, Hag, don't hire this guy. He'll mess up the place. I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't go to school or help around. Shut up. Hey, you brown-haired dumbass. You seriously came here to die? Or is that an act or something? I twitched. As if... Hey, Hag. Guy's weird as hell. My name isn't Hag. I know I have nothing to do with this, but you should keep your joking around to a minimum. Sorry. I just felt like we'd be living together for a long while, so I ought to be as friendly as possible. Yoshitsugu-kun, was it? Want to make a bet? Huh? What kind of bet? You coward. I don't know why I'm starting to give him like a weird East Coast accent. I looked into my large bag and took something out. Specifically, a new pocket knife. I used this to cut off my pinky. Everyone instantly fell silent. I ignored them and continued. One sec, something happened. Okay. I ignored them and continued. Come on. I'll put my hand down and I'll put the knife right here. What the hell did you say? I'm saying I'll let you shorten my finger as a sign of our friendship. I'm saying that's insane. Hell, that's something you do yourself. You're making me do this because you can't do this yourself, huh? You really are a coward, huh? I can do it myself. But this is a bet and a test of courage. If you're gonna call me a coward, you gotta show me you're not one yourself, right? Swing the knife down and you win. And if you don't back out, I win. But if you don't and back out, I win. That means that if you cut off my finger, we both win. Then we'd be friends with no hassle involved. What do you think, Yoshitsugu-kun? I smiled and pointed at the knife on the table with my finger. The hell are you talking about? Are you nuts? That's pretty much all you're saying now. But yeah, I really am nuts. Or what? You prefer normal people? You who looks like that and gives no respect to his mother? Forget about it. That feels like something they'd say now. You're here for this. I am here for this. I'm curious what's going to happen now. I prefer weird people, you see. Show me how insane you can get. He's doing a bit of a Joker act. Oh gosh. There we go. Okay. Alright. 1 second. I'll be right back. It's about time I take a break. I have returned. Sorry if you didn't think I was going to. That was a long break. Bit of a long break. I'd eat, basically. That's what I'm telling you. But streamer, eat before the stream. I know. I was hungry, so deal with it. Anyway, come on, recap this part. Good thing we have a log. Let's see. We're gonna start back off of, okay. When he takes out the knife, I looked into my large bag and took something out, specifically a large pocket knife. I think we got that from the convenience store. Used it to cut off my pinky. Everyone instantly fell silent. I ignored them and continued. Come on, I'll put my hand down and I'll put the knife right here. The hell did you say? I'm saying I'll let you shorten my finger as a sign of our friendship. I'm saying that's insane. Hell, that's something you do yourself. You're making me do this because you can't do this yourself, huh? You really are a coward, huh? I can do it myself, but this is a bet and a test of courage. If you're gonna call me a coward, you gotta show you're not one yourself, right? Swing the knife down and you win. And if I don't back out, I win. That means that if you cut off my finger, we both win. Then we'd be friends with no hassle involved. What do you think, Yoshitsugu-kun? This sounds like something that would be in a Like a Dragon game. I think it actually was in a Like a Dragon game, or something close to it. I smiled and pointed the knife on the table with my finger. The hell are you talking about? Are you nuts? That's pretty much all you're saying now, but yeah, I really am nuts. Or what? You prefer normal people? You, who looks like that and gives no respect to his mother? I prefer weird people, you see. Show me how insane you can get. Man, this was just too much fun. Okay. Yoshitsugu-kun looked right about ready to shit his pants. But it was time to back off. Gotcha! What a shame, huh, Yoshitsugu-kun? I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do something that hurt that much. Well, even if we can't get along now, we'll be friends eventually. I don't know how loud that is in their microphones. All right. Well, even if we can't get along now, we'll be friends eventually. You actually think that helps? Jokes aside, he was actually pretty sharp. He and his brother were nothing alike, but it wouldn't have been surprising if he also had a talent for seeing through people. He had a Higuchi blood in his veins, after all. Perhaps it was genetic. He left without saying another word. Kaori-san didn't even tell him to go to school. Sorry, that was weird, wasn't it? No, my stupid son had it coming. That shocked me a bit, though. You have nerve, don't you? No, I don't. I'm the one that called it off, so I lost. He probably would have done it if I kept pushing him. After all, he was the type who'd pick a fight with something inhuman and die. He probably didn't want to draw blood in front of his mother. I think he's a good kid at heart. My words almost made Kaori-san smile, but I do feel embarrassed. He grew too big for me to handle, and now all I can do is scold him. She decided to keep up the act of the strict mother. Puberty and rebellion sure seemed complicated. Fusaichi-kun, come here for a sec. I did just that. He came for a sec. Are you actually one of those kinds of people? They send someone after you? Would it be over if they caught you? Are you Yakuza? No, I just suggested a finger thing for no real reason. Trust me, I won't trouble the people here. I hope so. What is it? What's the actual word? Gotoko? I think it's Gotoko. That they actually use for themselves, not they, because Yakuza don't call themselves Yakuza. It's like how mafia members don't call themselves mafia, they call themselves businessmen. She was actually suspicious. I had to act out a better normal person. This wasn't the time to mess around. Anyway, I'm here to help with anything. Use me however you like. Oh, well, very well. This was decided by those up there anyway. But before that, I wonder where you'll be staying. Oh, I kind of expected them to be already decided on that. I want to introduce myself to everyone here. Who should I ask about that? The one in charge of the land is Yamawaki-san. The old lady from before? She lives in one of those houses we passed. Oh yeah, when Takumi-san gave me the key to my dorm room. He told me he got it from the old lady. Was she like the landlord of Yasumizu? Maybe she's not too far, like visiting Uematsu-san or something. Oh, did something happen? She fell and hit her head, and I left that tot to Mamiya-san and opened the door so I could see the plaza. By the time I realized that someone else was on the other side, it was fully open. Seeing the person's face almost made me say her name in surprise. Chemi Serizawa. I couldn't save her. I couldn't fulfill my promise. Actually, he did. He brought a piece of her out, I think. No, he died. He died before he could even leave. They didn't get out. But we'd met again. Thanks to the strange looping phenomenon. Whether there was something to feel thankful about was another matter. I might have to see her die again before my eyes. Nice to meet you. I kept my surge of emotions under control and gave an amicable smile. But, just as she made that simple sound, Takumi? Oh, a lone tear ran down her cheek. Oh, do I have something in my eye? Her voice was calm, but the first tear made way for many more, and they were soon streaming from both her eyes. What? Kaori-san, do you have a hand towel? Her reaction didn't seem to be anything more than confusion at her body going out of control. Her body remembers us. Oh my, what's wrong? Here you go. I don't know. Do you have tear gas here or something? Perhaps the Shinshinari I'm making for the journalist is rotten. Hey, I didn't mean that. What is it then? Menopause? Come now, you're too young for that. Sorry for acting weird. What if she actually just remembers? What if she knows who we are? What if they both remember in part of the loop because they made it all the way down to Saranaga? She wiped her tears. Her eyes didn't look good, but her voice was cheerful and carefree, just like in my memory. You're the person who suddenly ended up living here, right, mister? That was a word you used on strangers. I don't know, I like mister. And sir. Why had she cried? Am I that scary? No. You look perfectly fine. It's just, well, a mysterious event. My name is Chemi Serizawa. I'm a student back home for the time being. I know I made a poor first impression, but I hope we can get along. She bowed to me. As she... she... That sounds like a weird statement. She bowed to me. Any other culture... Actually, not any other culture, but any Western culture, that'd be kind of odd. She really didn't know who I was. Or she's good at acting. Due to the looping phenomenon, dying had sent me back to the point when I was wandering around on my bike. It was something that actually happened and I had to accept it, but it was also completely unreasonable. I didn't have any good way to reasonably explain it. Was the looping centered around me? Was I really the only one who had memories of last time? She obviously started crying. Some part of her remembers you. It wouldn't be strange for there to be someone else. My memories were fragmented right now, and I often remember things only when it counted. It could be that the others had forgotten almost everything, but still had certain fragments of their memories and feelings. You know, I realized. So, if it did loop for everybody, that means that the times we went on our bike some other directions and died. If it's looping for Tiemi also, she sat in the village waiting for us to arrive and we never did. At least 2 or 3 times, I think. Because there's also the times we got kicked out of the village by the officer and we had to come back and get drunk so we could stay and get asked to move here. So it could be a good like 4 or 5 times that Chimmy went through this whole ordeal all by herself. And now she's crying because she finally gets to see us after having to live the loop 4 or 5 times. That's a possibility. And that would suck. It could be that the others had forgotten almost everything, but still had certain fragments of their memories and feelings. I had to stop thinking about this. I could have asked her to console me about the tragic end that hadn't even happened yet. I'd have been barking up the wrong tree. If everything worked out, I hope I could get close to her again. Love that depended on death, despair, and the suspension bridge effect was better off staying in the realm of fiction, where it belonged. I got good news for you, my friend. This is where you live, in the realm of fiction. We exchanged a few words, but I didn't have much time. I had to focus on getting a place to stay. Anyway, just like I said, I first went to Uematsu-san's house. Obviously, it didn't seem like there were many people inside. It was a small place. I hesitated for a moment, but ended up knocking. Who is it? That was Meiko's voice. Could she even understand me? I'm Fusashi from before. Fusashi from before, son? No, I'm Haruaki Fusashi. Is the old lady here? No. So I was off my mark. Alright, see ya then. Yeah, what? Oni-chan? Fusaki-san? Fusayuki-san? Wrong. Please, wait a moment. Oh, Uematsu-san. She told me to wait, so I did. You do whatever girls tell you to do, don't you, huh? Soon enough, the door opened up. I apologize for the wait. How may I help you? I'm looking for Yamawaki-san. From how she acted, I thought she came to visit you. I haven't seen her yet. Looks like it. I'll be going then. Oh, what did you need her for? I think she's having a crush on him. I'm here for the pairing. I'm here for more pairings. Maybe Chimmy doesn't fully remember anything and we end up having a chance with the Rukako. Although I think that's like the only 2. Although she's older than us. Well, I'm gonna live here now, but I still don't have a place. You don't live here? I'm just curious to see it. Yes, and I need to talk about that. Well, then again, this isn't a dating sim, so I'm guessing Shami's the girl for us the whole way through. What did she mean by this? But you cannot be without a place to stay. Oh, wait a minute. How much does she know about the feast? Does she know it's coming? Yeah. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. That made me flinch. Did it show on my face? The people of Fujiyoshi believe that the mist is an ill omen. If it comes, we must clean our bodies, shut ourselves in, and go to sleep early. Cleanse, shelter, dream. That's an interesting tradition. That was what I would have thought if I didn't know about the tragedy. This might be a bit presumptuous, but I do know of one empty house. Oh, we get a house this time. I thought we'd just go to the dorms. She told Mako to entertain herself and took a key from her house. Instead of telling me more about it, she insisted on going outside, despite my polite protests. I had no choice but to follow after. We passed the plaza and went down the hill. She tripped 2 times, so she's a clumsy priestess. Got it. It hurts. Looks like it. I fall and hurt my head on the regular, so I'm used to the pain. You really shouldn't walk around grass like this in that attire. This is an uematsu duty. It is? The spider are bedroom woman servants. Huh? That was a new term. Bedroom woman servants. Women who serve you in the bedroom? That sure sounded sexy. And the spider was one of the guardians of the great Lord Shinai. That reminded me, Chimi had told me that the Uematsu were the family of the spider. When the power of Yomi rises in Saranaga, it is said to bring madness first and foremost. That was why the Uematsu of old had the role of protecting the dreams of the villagers. Were they like night watchmen or something? It wouldn't have been weird for a police-like force to still retain power in this day and age. But you'd fall all the time at night. So you walk around during the day instead, huh? Oh. He hurt her feelings. Was she alright? By the way, do all the heads of the village have roles like that? Yes. I'm surprised you noticed. I came here through Kama Fujiyoshi and Higuchi-san. Well, he looks pretty powerful. The Higuchi family are the monkey, protectors of the watering hole's flame. There, that was that term again. Watering hole. Watering hole makes sense. I mean, that's where all the animals go to drink. Especially in, like, certain areas. Well, most areas. Actually, all areas. That's because it's usually a lake. But then, like, in the savannah, I know they have watering holes. Because there's not as much water in the plains. And you'll see, like, everything there. And that's where you'll see, like, antelope get eaten by crocodiles or alligators, whichever one they have. They used fire when it wasn't allowed, huh? Yes. We were told they claimed to run a watering hole. While in actuality, we're teaching people to use fire. That's a very... What's his name? I'm trying to remember... Who's the guy who is chained to a rock getting his liver eaten by an eagle? Prometheus. That's a very Prometheus thing, isn't it? Bringing fire to the people. And they used this to gain influence as the source of everyone's food. What about Nasato-san's family? They're one of the head families too, aren't they? The Nasato are the crow, the Eve eaters. I have no idea what that means. They inspect if a corpse belonged to a Yamabito or not. They performed autopsies. That didn't seem very important. That actually is very, very important. Determining on who dies and how. Oh. They were actually the healers. They're the only ones who could use aconite, also known as wolfsbane. Shoto, hold the fuck up here. Nasato is the family that made medicine. Wolfsbane. The plant that there's aconite in the food. Oh yeah, that was true. Well, autopsy was a medical procedure, and if they could use poisonous plants on top of it, they could have easily garnered lots of respect. So, the Nosato family, Mochi and Kineyosuke Nosato. I wonder if one of them influenced something, or like if Nosato did, because by that time Mochi was dead. I see. What was the last one? The Miguruma. Right, I hadn't met a single person linked to that one. The snake are the tower lookouts. The Uematsu aren't the lookout family. That doesn't give me enough. Tower as in watchtower. So they're in charge of the military here? No. They used to build watchtowers and watch the stars. They made calendars, read the weather, and led the local farmers. Okay, that makes sense why the Muguruma are leading the farmers. The role made them respected, and they eventually became Shinai-sama's priests. I see. We had our TV weather ladies back, but back in the day, astronomy and meteorology were linked to divination, leading many to consider them special powers that let them predict the future and bring good things in general. They were astrologians. Farming was the building block of civilization. Having it was a matter of life and death, so it was only natural for those who offered guidance in that field to become leaders. Thank you for telling me. This place has a rich history, huh? I think I could grow attached to it. I see. This is the first time I've heard such words spoken. Really? It's pretty interesting, though. I never explained this to someone born outside of Fujiyoshi. Oh, right. She'd refused to go into detail last time. Infiltrating the village really was a good idea, huh? Huh? Oh, look. We have gone all the way. Here it is. Yeah, we really did go all the way, huh? Sure takes a lot out of you. No, we did not do anything strange. Her speech was still odd. And what the hell was up with her imagination? She could send my verbal curveballs to another dimension. Oh, anyway, there was a wooden house. It was much like the one near the plaza, except a bit more aged. It looked relatively stable, though. Most of Fujiyoshi is actually the private property of the Higuchi, the Nosato, and the Uematsu, not the Muguruma. Fujiyoshi used to be owned by the Muguruma alone, but now that extends to all the current heads serving the Miguruma. That was new to me. Okay, so the Miguruma is the head of the families, of all four families, and the other families just own most of the land. So you're saying this place belongs to you, Rokako-san? Oh? What? Oh, sorry for being so forward with you. No, I do not mind, but yes, this land is mine. A person lived here until recently. Wait, so has he passed away or something? Yes, it was a peaceful death. That sounds like a real blessing here in Yasumizu. From, the deaths that we've seen so far. Oh, shit. No. I'll fix that later. Does that bother you? It is clean inside. I'd have to be lying if I said I wasn't bothered, but I chose to take a look. She hadn't been kidding. The inside was shabby and the wood was aged, but the floor was clean and I couldn't see much dust. The tatami was new too, though that meant it had to be changed. But at least there wasn't some human-shaped mark on the floor. There was no furniture, but I could easily get a futon or something. What about the bath? I do not think this place receives gas. That's bad. What can I do if the mists come? You wish to be able to cleanse? You merely have to fill the pail with well water and wipe yourself with it. That's enough? Yes. I hear it was rare to bathe in warm water in Fujiyoshi. Oh, yeah, because only the watering hole could use fire. Yes. That made sense. Anyway, I was now ready. Are you sure I can use this house? Yes. That would make all the daily cleaning worth it. She cleaned it daily? Yes. Because taking in the corruption is one of the Uematsu's roles. Also, keeping myself occupied served as a good distraction. Did something bad happen? She fell silent. Sorry, that was insensitive of me. No, it was not that something happened. I was afraid of what could happen. She looked at the mountain beyond the valley. No, it was the valley itself and the Sarunaga Rapids at the bottom. Back to the heads. Do the Miguruma still predict the weather and stuff? Part of me thought I might be prying too deeply. Oh, wait, what? During spring and autumn festivals, they ask for abundant harvests, dance for them, and chant ritual prayers. I heard this was supposed to be based on what they did in the past. Thankfully, we've had no major droughts or famines. Oh, so in a way, they have a perfect track record. Yamawaki-sama knows this well. You might wish to ask her. She would be pleased to talk. That seemed true. Oh, sorry for taking up so much of your time. Uematsu-san, thank you so much. I'll make it up to you. I also merely wanted to thank you for helping me during my embarrassing accident. Wasn't she basically blaming me here? Lots of things happened today. Lots of things happened already. But I hope we keep getting along well. If you think I can help, don't be afraid to ask. Fusashi-sama. When Sama doesn't suit me, you can be more casual. You don't have to use such polite speech. Oh. Crap. Fusashi. I can't. Fusashi-sama. I would like to ask of you the same. Please call me however you like. Was I actually raising some flags here? Was the game this easy these days? Did she seriously fall in love over a bit of help after a head injury? Was this a soap opera or something? Well, not that I was complaining. Then, Wakako-san. Oh. No, this was something else. She was just especially vulnerable to men. Okay. I don't know what that means. Vulnerable to men. As a family head, she was probably either revered from a distance or considered an enemy. Takumi did the latter. She'd probably never talk to someone who didn't care about those things. That actually made me feel kind of bad for her. Okay, then. Let's call each other Uematsu-san and Fusashi-san. Let's become good friends. Well, friends? Yes. I'd love that. In a part of the village with no one but us, we exchanged a deep bow. Uematsu-san then returned, and I checked the house for any holes. It seemed fine on that front. No monsters could get inside. Anyway, I had my place. That could be unlocked and you could be murdered in it. Murdered. Sorry. Now I had to get one for Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san. Put them in the outhouse. That seemed to work for you earlier. I tried to think of a way to encourage them to leave before the mist came, but all the things I could think of seemed unnatural. That meant my only option was the opposite, convincing them there was no way to leave, so they'd have to stay. Honestly, I did consider just letting them die. As long as I survived, I didn't really care if they did. That's kind of a lie. You're kind of going out of your way to make sure they live. But that didn't sit right with me. I wasn't a good guy, but not doing whatever I could right now seemed careless. My ultimate goal was to escape the loops, but at the moment all I could really do was prevent the tragedy before me. I'd think of something else if it just didn't work out, but for now, I had no reason to abandon my humanity. That was why I returned to the plaza. One second. It was really empty and the two journalists were probably working. This was my chance. Okay. I approached the left back wheel on Hashimoto's van. Hashimoto-shi's van. Reaching into my bag, I pulled out the hammer and nails I'd bought. I placed the tip of a nail against the tire and hammered it in. You could hear the sound of the air leaving. That had to be good enough. I then did the same with the other rear tire, as well as one of the front ones. I just put nails in all the tires. Fuck their shit. Fuck this van. These people are staying. I feel it feels overboard. I think doing 2 would have been fine. Having 2 flat tires in a van full of equipment that most likely doesn't even have a spare probably strands them and makes them think we gotta stay at night. And they have to have their own homes. After that, I added a random array of extra nails around those to make it look like a trap or something had been run over in the grass. They couldn't leave now. I already knew they didn't have anything that could fix the tires, and they couldn't get in touch with any road service until after the mist passed. If someone from Kamafujiyoshi came to pick them up and they left without their car, that would have been fine too. Not that I expected anyone to come. Now I just had to convince them that they had to stay here and in separate homes. It was a really haphazard plan. It seemed like the locals trapped them on purpose. I'd have to think of something to say about that. Anyway, I did what I could for them. Now I just had to wait and... Fusashi-sama, why did you vandalize this van? Whoa. My heart almost burst out of my chest. What's the matter with Kako-san? That name again. I'm sorry. What's wrong, Uematsu-san? I'm hungry, so I came to eat. That, huh? Well, I was pretty hungry myself, too. Wait. There's something more important to worry about. Had she seen me? This is a large car. It is. What the hell is up with this pressure? Was it something Kamafujiyoshi was it some Kamafujiyoshi head superpower? Was she waiting for me to confess or something? I had no choice but to think up a new lie. I think she's just curious about what's going on with you, dude. Just wanted to hang out, say hi to her new friend. And you're just being weird. But looking at her red eyes made me feel like she'd see through any bullshit I spun. Crap. Maybe I should just come clean and... I am hungry. She's asking you to go eat with her. Was she actually not thinking anything? What do you think I was doing here? Huh? Searching for woodlice? Did she think I was as old as Mako? No, look, here, it's flat. Oh dear. See, it's got this inside. So long and thick. See, if you told me you were hungry, I'd be like, hey, let's go get you some food. Because then I would want food. And look how deep this is. Oh dear, how forceful. Forceful and long and thick and deep. The brown-haired man is taking Uematsu-sama in the daylight. In broad daylight. Oh. Man, what the hell was this with her appearances this time around? Okay, yeah, I couldn't lie. This conversation was pretty messed up. We're talking about long, thick, and deep. That's an outrageous misunderstanding. I'll go call for the journalists. What? You gotta be kidding me. Hisako-san was completely perplexed. Now this is troubling. I still couldn't read his expression, but I could totally sympathize with someone being basically stranded at a place like this. You know, it's kind of interesting. I'm pretty sure that Hashimoto-san here. Hold on. Oh wait, that's not what I want. This triangle. We're gonna hide this real quick. Now, if you look here, this seems to be a Canon body with the battery extension. Because I had this. This was a setup I used to have to film movies with. And then like on this side right here is the place where the batteries go in. That there locks it to the camera using the tripod mount. You have another tripod mount and a secondary little camera button so that you can turn it sideways and get portrait mode photos more easily without having a weird hand position and have a much more stable grip. All right, that was good. I still couldn't read his expression, but I could totally sympathize with someone being basically stranded in a place like this. How unfortunate. They weren't suspicious of me, so I just acted like an innocent, sympathetic bystander. Oh, the heartache. We're supposed to head back tonight. What are we going to do? Do you have any plans? I'm fine, but what about you? My daughter's birthday is close. Ah, it's even better that we stranded you here, because last time you ended up as a mountain of meat instead of a mountain of a man. Oh, Nami-chan. Oh, the heartache. I had no idea he had a daughter. Was married, for that matter. The fact that I'd come as a surprise just made my pain worse. But I shouldn't feel guilty about this. Actually, no. Think about it, buddy. You saved his life. If I just ignored them, they'd have been torn apart by a monster. Oh my. What do we do? Yasumizu has no cars in the first place. Nosato-sama might have something useful. He has a car that's been out of commission for 3 years. However, since you have no cars, you have no gasoline. And gasoline goes bad after several months. That car is useless. Not to mention the battery's dead. After about a month or two, the battery's gonna be completely dead. Those words made me twitch. These tires were special, so that would be difficult. We do have a single spare, but... Let's contact road service, Oribe-san. May we use the phone? Yes, of course. Right this way. They all returned to the dining hall. Shit! They're calling roadside services. I have a bad feeling about this. I was left alone with a peculiar duo. But then we were joined by a muscly silhouette who'd come from the fields. What are you doing, Oba-chan? Uematsu. And who are you? This is Haruaki Fusaishi-sama. She went out of her way to introduce me, though she still couldn't leave off the sama. I'm moving here. I hope we get along. Oh, you're the guy, huh? I'm Takumi Muto. A pleasure. You don't look like you're from Kamafujiyoshi. An outsider, then? That's rare. Sorry you ended up here. He seems far less angry at us all the time, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with this. They really had to do something about their habit of showing sympathy for anyone who came here. Yes, I came from the city. I'm sorry I'm so suspicious and flashy. I'll re-dye my hair. Alright. Weirdo. That'd be good. Well, she hates that sort of thing. I don't really care, though. I care more about something else. As in, Kaori-san. She is the apple of my eye. If you're useful on the field, unlike Kamafujiyoshi, Yasumizu doesn't abandon its people. But we don't have room for those who can't earn their keep. While mentioning Kamafujiyoshi, he glanced at Uematsu-san. Oh, so he thinks Uematsu-san doesn't earn her keep, even though she's been cleaning a house and taking in the corruption. Well, you look like you have the build for it. You can start by mowing the grass around the upper fields. But I was told to work at the dining hall. What? You're working with Kaori-san? Crap, I messed up. I fucked up. Takumi, you're a fine man. Just tell her how you feel. What do you mean? I'm not thinking anything that outrageous. But she supports 2 grown sons and feeds everyone with her frail arms. I'm gonna kill any guy that tries to take advantage of her. That isn't me. That was plenty outrageous. Hey, what do you think? Hey, what did you do to get to her to take you? Spill it. It took a lot of effort to keep myself from lying and fueling the fire. Oh, Higuchi-san from Kamafujiyoshi, right? He sent me to work with her. Takumi became apathetic. Oh, I guess that's fine then. I'll try to become able to work outside too. That's great and all, but for now, just watch. If we made you do too much, then they might get on our cases about it. Huh? They care about what kind of work people do here? They don't. They just want to be sure we listen to them. So what are y'all up to? Where's Kaori-san? The journalist's car broke down, so we went to make a call. Huh? That's pretty bad. Can they leave? It's best to assume they won't have it fixed today. Awful. This was getting nowhere. Do you have any open rooms? That house was the only one I could give. Uematsu-sama, you give Gen-san's house to him? Yes, houses die if people do not live in them. Take care of that house, will you? A good person used to live there. I don't know what the fuck was to give her. Of course. Don't you dare use it as a place where you can take advantage of Uematsu-sama. That cannot happen to her, understand? Oh, what? You two are like that? It's a complete misunderstanding, but seems to keep being taken as fact. I'd appreciate it if it wasn't. We went off on a tangent. What do we do? I'd like it if I, the newbie, didn't have to be the one making this conversation progress. I really don't think it's good if outsiders stand Yasumizu. Neither side like it. Ba-chan, you got any free houses? The one I gave Mako was the last one. The rest had holes or didn't have walls. You can't even shelter in those. Liar, there was a room in the dorm. Oh. You sure slept for long. Go help out the old man. Oh, sorry, I got in a habit of sleeping in while I was away. Man, we should have gone dorm and just gave one of them the other house. By the way, Tai-Ba-chan, there's one free room in the dorm. How? One of them has to die at that point. Chi-chan, you know the place was built by Yoshimitsu-kun? Yoshimitsu-san? He worked hard negotiating with the 4 families to get it built. He said he wanted for at least the children here to live in nice places, closer to Kamafujoshi. That's why he had the concrete stairs built on the hill and... She started talking about the past again. Well, Fusaishi, you see what kind of place Yasumizu is? I already knew. Anyway, I hope they can fix the car. This is bad. Yeah, there's only one place left and they can't shelter together. Just as expected, the road service would take a long time to get here. They'd be here sometime in the middle of the night if they tried to come right away. The mountain road was even more dangerous at night, so they agreed on the service coming in the early morning, which led us back to the talk about where they'd stay. Though by the time that discussion was over, Yamawaki-san, who was done talking, had left. She really gave us outsiders the cold shoulder, huh? Takumi-san tried suggesting they stay in their van, and I was surprised to hear they were receptive to the idea. Them being a man and woman was one thing, but I was more concerned if the van had enough space for someone that huge and another person to lie down. Still, it looked like they were about to agree to just leave it at that, but that was no good. They wouldn't survive the night like that. No, they wouldn't. They tried. So far, the only people I hadn't met were the students who were in school. Kanzu Makashima-san, who was out hunting since morning, and the old man who cried wolf. Where's the old man who cried wolf shelter? Since I'd met just about everyone, I chose to take my leave. It wouldn't have been natural if I'd tried to talk them out of it. But my only option was one I didn't have much faith in. Anyway, doorbell. Oh, you're the new one. What do you want? There's a problem that I think only a village head can solve. While I don't mind the sentiment, you can knock off the awkward flattery. Why not act more like yourself? Was my politeness that insincere? Sorry. Now about what I came here for. Is it true that the mists are coming soon? The effect my words had on Kiyonosuke was impressive. He tried to act calm, but his wandering eyes made it clear he wasn't. What? Who told you about that? Who mentioned the superstition to you right when you just got here? Oematsu-san. He fell silent. The guy was easy to read. Someone else told me about the mists themselves, though. The one who sent me here was Shoji Higuchi-san. Oh, Shoji. He's 1 year younger than me. What did he say? I might have misheard it, but he said that there might be mists soon. There was no truth to my words, but they would become true when the mists came. But Uematsu-san said, there's something that must be done if the mists come. There are people who are stuck here because their van has flat tires. I'm wondering what they should do. Oh, that's news to me. How troublesome. It is. What do you think? Early summer mists here in Yasumizu happen only every decade or two. Decade or two? Well, it wouldn't be possible for them to appear now, but I don't think I saw signs of it happening anytime soon. I see. By the way, what's so dangerous about it? Everyone seems so tense. When the mists come to Yasumizu, someone always dies. Was that an okay thing to say? Oh, don't misunderstand. The mists you get here are far more dense than any you know. I hear they make you as good as blind. I knew that. But hey, I couldn't have imagined the mist that dense unless I saw them for myself. That's why the people here are taught to stay indoors. Whenever that happened, But you have fools who still go outside and fall to their deaths or something. I see. Did you see the destroyed construction site not far from here? That was a project run by my family. But it ended up when the mist led to on-site deaths. Seriously, they could have pulled out sooner. But the overseer was too strict. I felt stupid for ever considering crazy theories about some Sadanaga illness. That mist was dangerous in and of itself, and that made for a good official reason to stay indoors when it came. He seemed to believe the official reason and thought it wouldn't kill him. If he actually knew about the true dangers lurking in the mist, he'd do everything he could to leave Yasumizu. He was from a head family, but he didn't seem to know all the secrets. She, on the other hand, must have known something. I'd love to find out more, but... hold on. He just told me something weird. The mist led to on-site deaths. Did you see the aftermath of the landslide uphill? It's been like that ever since the Nasato got to work on that place 8 years ago and it collapsed. They were too freaked out to even clean it up. I ended up digging out the workers' corpses and burying them. I was told that Takumi-san buried the bodies. But if it happened in the mist during a feast of the Omi Purge, didn't that mean he should have been present during the feast? From what I could tell, last time the mist scared the people here and drove them into a panic. Or drove them to panic. See, that doesn't make sense either, because last time they said that none of them had been in the feast before. Kanzuma Kishimishi hadn't reacted like that. While the wolf guys had said the wolves were coming, it was likely they'd experienced the feast before. So those two might have. But I didn't know what happened to the other people, or what I'd even do with that information. Because like they mentioned that Taiba had never even been to a feast. So does that make Kanzo and the old guy who cried wolf, he's definitely older than her. Is Kanzo older than Taiba? One thing I could say was that the survivors either killed or silently approved of killing people. Chenmei could be one of them. And so could the students. Even if I couldn't connect all the dots, it was entirely possible. I had to keep myself together. I had many things to think about later, but for now I had a goal to complete. And get the people at the main house. Say, Nosato-san, You said that the construction site is yours, right? Right, what of it? Is that prefab usable? For what? I just thought that it'd be a better place for the troubled outsiders to stay at. After thinking for a moment, Kiyonosuke returned inside. I'd expect him to say something like, "Why would I, a village head, sully my hands with Yasumizu's problems?" Or something so this came to us as a surprise. Kiyonosuke came back shortly. This should be it. The previous head of the family brought it here after the incident. And just as I'd expected, it was in the key box. Thank you very much. Wait, I didn't say I'd give it to you. In fact, why would I? A village head, sully my hands with Yasumizu's problems. And there it was. You have a point, I'm sorry. I'm joking, I didn't say I wouldn't give it either. Wow, what a pain in the ass. Actually, that's kind of like... This feels uncharacteristically nice of Kiyonosuke. Unlike Miro or Serizawa, you seem to know how to behave around the heads. Okay, so it's good. Show respect, get respect. Yasumizu, inhabitant or not, I value such people. We village heads are responsible for maintaining order in Fujiyoshi. Thank you very much. Oh, so he believed in the concept of noblesse oblige. Shame he didn't have the ability for it. First, I had to check if the place was even usable. The equipment head and materials are all gone. The only thing of note here was the sink on the wall. So they could bathe themselves. The flooring was cold and a bit sandy. But with a bit of cleaning and a futon, it could be a decent living space. There was no running water, but if we placed a water bucket here, whoever was living here could easily wash themselves. Oh, interesting. We need key 20 for the rest of this. I think there's something up with this place then. Because we have key 3. I now had one empty living space. Getting the dorm room was even harder. I didn't even think I could force it at this stage. However, it was still a better option than just wandering around looking for alternatives that may not even exist. This would be a real waste of time if it didn't end up saving them. I'd also think he'd rather be in the dorm because it's close to Chiemi and just give up his house. But, that's just me. I wasn't about to stop trying, though. It was still just a bit afternoon. Honestly, I was a bit hungry. But there was a strange, powerful reek coming from the dining hall. I had no idea what could have caused this. Was it a toilet? No. It's more along the lines of rot. Animal rot at that. Oh, because all of their fresh meat spoiled. I remember that from the last playthrough. So they had to use frozen stuff. Did someone already die? My memories made me forget the situation was still peaceful and I dashed. Suddenly a dense wall rose up before me. What? I was pushed away. Let me guess. Oh, Jesus. I spaced out for a moment, but then I realized I'd bumped into a local hunter, Kanzu Makishimichi. You're the one, eh? This was the first time I'd seen him hold his gun in his hands. But I was even more troubled by his face. I was pretty sure I'd seen the old lady Tai wear something similar the first time. All that happened later made me forget about it, but man, was it weird. Sorry, there was a weird smell, so I was wondering if everything's okay. It's Shishinade. Huh? That's Shishinade boiling. They're feeding the journalists. Oh, yeah. Hisako-san was here to eat something strange. Be careful, boy. Alright, may I have your name? Makishima. And he left. The bundle he had on his head, on his left hand, told me he'd only been here to get his lunch. He was as tough as I remembered. That chest made it hard to believe how old he was. What a hunk of a man! That thought made me seem like some love-struck teen girl. Anyway, that cleared things up. The smell was caused by cooking. Okay, I thought it was because I remember last time that the fresh meat had spoiled. I gathered my resolve and went inside. Oh, where were you? I had things for you to do. Kaori-san glared at me a bit. Crap. I'd have to make up for the points I'd lost. Sorry, I had business with Nosato-san. Business with him? Did Higuchi tell you to give him a message? No, Mamiya-san, Hashimoto-san, can I have a moment? Besides the one in charge here and that sleepyhead, you also had the journalists, who were busy taking photos and jotting down notes. I was impressed by their professionalism, being able to get back to work right after the problem was solved. Although it actually wasn't. Sorry to bother you while you're working. Nosato-san said that it's no good to spend a night in the van and gave me a key to the prefab. Oh. What? That block... Nosato-san said that? Well, it was nice to find out how she usually called him. Apparently, there's one more room, too. So why don't you ask if they can open that so you can spend the night under a roof? I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't want to force anyone to give me a room. Of course you didn't. That was the normal thing to think. Kaori-san, we really should open the dorm. Losing to Nasato-san would bring shame to Yasumizu. I won't say anything about that, but even if there aren't any bad people here, I don't feel good about letting a young lady sleep in a car. Kaori-san, can we have lunch? And the most important person around joined the scene. What? Nasato-san gave me a key. It's for the prefab, but still, not one of them can rest with a roof over their head. Oh, that's... I wasn't explicit about it, but she instantly understood what I was getting at. But that place is... I don't mind having a new neighbor. By the way, what kind of place is the dorm anyway? That is a place for the children who will soon leave Yasumizu. To live in Yasumizu means to be a part of Yasumizu for the rest of your life. But that doesn't apply to the children. That makes it the only special place here. And the people of Kamafujiyoshi silently agree. Oh. So this was just another way Kamafujiyoshi exerted power over Yasumizu. I could understand why they didn't want to mess with it. But I knew from experience that it wasn't an insurmountable obstacle. They'd open it up for an emergency, but tomorrow would be too late. And I didn't really have a good way to convince them that this was indeed an emergency. It's fine, I'm used to sleeping in a car. You can use the prefab, Hashimoto-san. The car is more than enough for me. Not to mention, you're the one doing all the driving. Shouldn't it be the other way around? We're talking about the prefab uphill, aren't we? I'm not sure I want to let a woman sleep there. As we pondered, excuse me. Hashimoto-san actually spoke up and walked over to Tai-san. Can I help you? If you have a proper room, could you please open it up for her? She is a tough lady who can handle work in this field, but she is still unmarried. As her partner, I don't want her to do anything she shouldn't have to. I will thank you in whatever way I can. So please. He bowed. His large body bent into two, but Tai-san still had to look up at him. I understand, but... Whoa, Tai-san was on the verge of giving in. Hey, Fusaishi. So you came back, huh? Why were you out when Kaori-san was making food? You've got some nerve leaving when she needed your help. Oh, Takumi-ni-chan. Perfect timing. Huh? What? Perfect timing indeed. He was the best person to convince Tai-san. And in the end, she agreed. The word unmarried meant a lot to her, apparently. She seemed to become more considerate of Mamiya-san after that. One of the reasons for this victory was the pressure emitted by Hashimoto-san's massive presence, and the other was the fact that he presented a reason that resonated with her. And then Takumi-san joined the scene and gave her the final push. This wasn't exclusive to Yasumizu, but finding a compromise in a community without common interests was really difficult. It was especially hard when you couldn't give proper reasons for your words. They'd start to suspect I was a slacker, but I said I was called by Nasato-san, and though it surprised them, they believed me. As a result, I had to make up a story about how he was shy, but actually considerate of everyone, which was why he'd called me. After all, I couldn't let them think I decided this by myself. After we got the key from Tai-san, the two journalists and I left the dining hall to prepare our living spaces. The dorm room was clean to begin with. There was gas, water, and a futon, exactly like I remembered it. And it was right next door to Chieme Sarizawa. The house I'd be staying at was clean too. All I had to do was get a futon from the dining hall and fill the pail with water. The prefab, though, took a while to clean. Takumi-san brought the cleaner pieces of tatami from the abandoned shacks here, which made it a relatively livable space. Well, if we're staying here, we might as well experience the local daily life. Shame I won't be able to make an article out of it. They seem to be satisfied with that reason. I hope we can work in a safer place next time. Sorry, Most of my gigs are like this, aren't they? Oh, but this is better for me. I have insurance, and it's far safer than a war zone. He'd been in such places. He did more legwork than his looks would have you believe. But you are a woman, Q-chan. I keep telling you not to mention that. There are no genders while we're working. Sadly, dangerous places are riskier for women than men. Well, you know, I can't get any better jobs for or a man. It's frozen. It's rough, huh? Their relationship was just that of good business partners. Mamiya-san was a passionate journalist, while Hashimoto-san was a senior who was worried about her and helped her out. There was a decent balance here. That's unexpected. You're good looking, so I figured you'd be more popular. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Oh, believe me, if I was less pathetic, I'd have gone for you without hesitation. What an honor. How old are you, by the way? 24. And I'm about to enter my 30s. I feel really bad. Oh, come on. Unmarried 30-year-olds weren't rare in this day and age, though I preferred women who were a bit more bothersome. He's talking about Chiame Serizawa. What's this tub? It's to clean your body. But we'll only be here for a day. I was told it's a custom here. Can you tell us more? Alright, this was a good chance to share info with them. The mists are coming. You're going to die. You have to bathe, shelter, and sleep early every single night. Presenting it as info I heard from Uematsu-san and Kiyonosuke, I told them about what had to be done when the mists came. I couldn't sound too knowledgeable though, since I was a newbie here, but I was able to imply that there was a supernatural danger involved. Mamiya-san was extremely intrigued and quickly asked for extra info, like the stuff about the four-head families. She was about to write an article about the occult. I did my best to mention only what I'd found out this time around, but I couldn't help worrying that I would say too much. Interesting. That's so Shinto-like, though. I wonder how it was passed on. Strange. Torii families with guardians to their names, accustomed to cleanse only when the mists come. They don't seem too hospitable to guests, though. What a mystery. How did such unique customs survive in such a remote farming village? Was it even peculiar back in the day? It really does look like this is your calling, Q-chan. Oh, apologies. Anyway, we have places to sleep in, and now I know what to do if the mists come. Let's go back to work. You're satisfied with the dorm, right? Then I'll use this place. If you want, you can use the cabin downhill. This prefab is pretty cramped. Don't worry, I can sleep anywhere. And you're going to live here, aren't you? You should get used to your new home as quickly as possible. He had a point. Also, I borrowed the place from Uematsu-san. I didn't have the right let just anyone use it. To let anyone use it. I didn't think I'd experience a typo in this game. I think we might have. Agree with Hashimoto. Alright, sorry about that. Don't be. We should be thanking you. You did a lot for us, didn't you? Huh? That Nosato person didn't seem like the considerate type, so I can only guess you got him to help. Oh, you're giving me too much credit. This girl tends to push herself too hard. Thank you for caring for her where I couldn't. Hey, you're only a dozen years older than me. Don't act like my dad. There was something about him that bothered me. Anyway, with that done, I figured I'd spend my remaining time trying to rub elbows with the rest of Yasumizu. Though I already had a job here, I had to make up for not helping out at the dining hall before noon. But you can't work on an empty stomach. Kaori-san gave me a bowl for some reason. Her smile seemed a bit warped. It probably wasn't on purpose, though. It was just the effect of the smell. No, the miasma coming from the food she gave me. It was just that powerful. Are you upset about something? No, why would you think that? I couldn't feel any anger in her voice or expression, but being new here, I couldn't understand the mentality of someone trying to present something like this as food. As I twitched in fear that this was punishment for slacking off, Kaori-san suddenly gave me a full smile. Oh, it's the smell, isn't it? It's Yoshinari. It's like this because of a traditional technique to keep game meat fresh. You see, so this was the infamous dish made of fermented game meat. The nade part of the name had to refer to long fermentation, just like in nadezushi, or for fermented sushi. I had no clue how they gave it such a strong smell, though. Did they reuse the same marinade for decades, like with the salt they used for sun-dried mackerel? They used to eat it raw before, but they eventually found out it's dangerous. And now we boil it or use it in stews or soups. It used to be a celebrated dish here. This is what's left from what I made for the journalists. Please consider it my way of welcoming you. Okay, I had to steel myself. I actually had a soft spot for strange delicacies. I tried sun-dried mackerel and other weird foods I could get my hands on. No way I could refuse this. I mean, I've been eating Yasumizu's food since I was a little girl. Would eating this turn me into a zombie or something? No, I would prove that idea wrong. Actually, I think it's right. I think he's becoming a Yomibito now. Well, once the mists come, I picked up the bowl and the chopsticks. Brown rice covered in a ton of crumbled bits of meat. The soup stock seemed as light as what they used in Tamafujioshi, but I didn't know what to think of the meat's color. What was up with this greasy, shiny green surface? Gamey meat has a lot of oil or fat in it. The reek attacked my nose once again. Well, depending on the animal. If it's boar meat, then yes. If it's deer, it's probably a lot leaner. Damn it. I couldn't back out now. Gathering my resolve, I quickly put some stock, rice, and meat in my mouth. What? Was it good? I really couldn't tell. I had absolutely no idea what I was eating here. The texture, the sensation on the tongue, everything was new to me. The taste was extremely acidic, salty, and rich in animal protein. But that weird smell smothered most of it, forcing me to continuously convince myself that I was eating something good. I felt like my body would reject it all if I didn't. Holding the aversion at bay, I somehow swallowed it. The aftertaste was better than I expected, but as the reek faded, it made way for a strong, beastly smell. Yeah, in a way, this taste was an exciting form of entertainment by itself. Oh my, you're such a good eater. I could get used to this. Yes, I understand what you mean. I didn't know what to think of it when I first came here, but now I sometimes even crave it. I wasn't lying, it really did seem like a taste I could get used to. It wasn't hard to honestly call it good, but at least it did feel nutritious. As reciting a prayer, I repeatedly tried to convince myself of that as I emptied the bowl I was given. Ooh. Thank you for the meal. Gochi-sama deshita! You're welcome. Eating people, we know this. We're eating people. You think we're eating people? You think we're eating Gensan, the guys whose house we're living in now? Oh gosh, no. Oh, we do know he has tasted person before with some rust. So I'd finally eaten something from Yasumizu. Did that mean I was a true local now? Yes, you are now Yomibito. Or a Yomibito? Whatever. As long as I could go back to square one, I would explore all the options I had available, especially in getting with Chieme Serizawa. I just really know that Fusaishi really likes JMA. Rhythmic cutting sounds were reaching my ears. As Kaori-san began preparing food in the kitchen, I did the work assigned to me. I had to repair the numerous cracks and broken dishes they had here. Apparently, they couldn't afford anything new, so they opted to take what was thrown out in Kama Fujiyoshi and repair it into something usable. Was there no end to how pitiful things were here? The broken plates and cups were all wrapped in old newspaper, and all I had to do was unwrap them and put them together. Back together. It was actually kind of fun. Sort of like a jigsaw puzzle, but man, there were a lot of them. I'd have to do this for an entire box full of broken tableware. I did wonder whether they actually needed so much, but apparently they just barely had enough. So they wanted to have some spares. I used some all-purpose glue from a 100 yen shop. They bought it from the nearby town. Kaori-san laughed about it, saying, "We get far more value out of this than a 100 yen bowl." And I just about cried. That is kind of sad. It was a strange mix of modern frugality and the poverty of ancient times. And it exemplified just how weird Yasumizu really was. As I worked, I realized that many of these plates and cups had a familiar symbol on them. "What kind of mark is this?" I asked Kaori-san over the counter. "Oh, that's the crest of the watering hole family. The Higuchi." I was about to mention the name, but then I realized that Kaori-san probably didn't have good memories of them. I'd heard that examining these crests could help understand the lineages and the like. I had no knowledge necessary for this. Do the other head families have crests too? Yes. I like the Nasato one. It's cute. Cute? From what I recall, the Nasato family was the crow. Did it have a bird on it or something? Uematsu was a spider, Nasato was the crow, Higuchi was the monkey, and Miguruma was the snake. They worshipped a mountain and these guardians. It was significant not only for Fujiyoshi's culture, but the Feast of the Yomi Purge as well. If memory served, Chami had told me last time that whether you had a guardian or not, was relayed by a mark of blood on your skin. Waking up to find blood on your body was something straight out of a horror movie. Didn't the wolves in Haru-chan say it was done through dreams? If that was true, I'd be at a loss. It'd be an actual supernatural phenomenon. Still, were wolves and humans informed differently? This was something I'd have to look into starting tomorrow. Where can I see the other crests? You can probably find the Nasatos in the Nasato mansion, but the others... Oh, the accessory on Uematsu-san's chest is based on her crest. That thing, huh? I thought it was kind of weird looking. Oh, she wants us to look at Uematsu-san's chest, huh? I bet Fusaishi-san's not torn up about that. I'll try looking for them. I wouldn't want to disrespect them out of ignorance. You might be right. I'll tell you if I find something. Please do. I continued working as we talked. There was a small ancient TV here. Apparently you could get public broadcasting here, but not much else. There was probably enough for everyone to gather here and have dinner while watching something. I was told that all the dorm rooms had TVs too. That had to be another way they pampered the children who'd eventually leave this place. It strongly demonstrated how much of an exception the dorm was for Yasumizu. My eldest lives in the dorm and always tells me what happened in yesterday's shows. We can only turn this on at night, you see. Normally giving TVs to younger generations would be a sign of luxury, but it was the other way around. The children went to school in Kama Fujiyoshi, but they never went anywhere beyond that and just went straight home. And Kama Fujiyoshi was secluded to begin with. That was why they'd prioritized giving TVs to the children, to let them know what was happening outside the village and to help them learn modern Japanese culture. Apparently, they also covered their electricity and gas bills. They had to be frugal, but they didn't mind supporting the children's access to TV. Chemiya was the first Yasumizu child to make it to college, and Yasunaga-kun was expected to follow in her footsteps. Basically, they thought if they supported the young ones and helped them become prominent figures in society, the money they'd send back would make life easier for those who stayed here. I honestly hope Yasunaga is able to live freely, unhindered by his roots here. As you can see, my second son has some flaws, so I have to keep him close, but my eldest is, if you don't mind me bragging, simply excellent. My late husband was clever too, but had an intense nature, and it seems like those two qualities are split between my sons. I do feel guilty that I couldn't give birth to two clever boys. Birthing the second was so difficult that both of us almost died. Did he come out like that because I tried too hard at the time? Kaori-san was pretty talkative about this. I knew I was a stranger and she had to introduce Yasumizu to me, but this was a bit too much if you asked me. That was probably a sign of just how helpless she felt right now. Maybe Takumi should just propose to her and lighten the Oribe's burden. Marrying a widow with sons in the middle to high school was difficult, and I could only assume that was his main issue. Feeling a bit conflicted, I glanced at the cheap alarm clock on the TV. It was 3 p.m. Any minute now. We're back! Huh? Don't know this guy. There, the high schoolers were back. Welcome back. This is Fusaishi-san. He suddenly moved here to Yasumizu. Let's get along. Now this is unexpected. I'm Yasunaga Oribe. Kaori-san's son, right? She told me about you. What did she tell him exactly? Get along with my good-for-nothing son. Oh man. This is Chikamochi Kamashita and that's Haru Makishima. Call me Mochi. Give me your life. Nope. Hey, Mochi, what's that? Is he one of those cool guys? He scares me. Yasun probably has a better face and personality than him. Can he win against him? Sure he can. I challenge you to a duel. Let's duel. What? Wait, I'm your opponent here. All right, let's go. Which one of us can go the longest without pissing? You cur. You know I am trying my hardest to hold it in. I'm at my limit too, actually. The one who pisses his pants first is the winner. All right, wait, no, it isn't. Just go already. Oh dear. We both had to forfeit. And so we peed. You two sure get along. The bond of pissmen. Yeah, wait, no. Okay, so Haruaki was first poop man, now he's piss man. I don't know if that's better or worse. Again, this is Haru-chan. Nice to meet you. Yeah, you have a unique fashion sense. Got a problem with it? I got it all at a 100 yen shop in Kachihara at the end of last year. That was just sad. It was something I'd expect from an elementary schooler. Oh, it's good. Again, let's get along. Nii-chan, he's trying to flirt with me. I'm scared. I really don't think he is. Man, Haru-chan was distrustful of me even without the misunderstandings regarding Chiemi and I. Perhaps there really were people you just couldn't get along with. How sad. Oh, you fixed so many bowls and cups. We were supposed to do that. Sorry to trouble you with it. It's fine. I had fun. And there's still plenty left. Yasunaga, leave him be and go review your lessons. Alright. I'm going to the dorm then. Let's have our duel another time, pissman. Then I'll be going now. High schoolers left. Have you met everyone here in Yasumizu by this point? I guess so. There was one exception though. Oh, sorry. That was a bit of a rude response. 1, 2, 3 journalists included. I met 14. 1, 2, oh. But if we don't include you, there should be 15. Suddenly, as if rehearsed, the final person appeared. He looks like a kappa. Oh, perfect timing. This is old man Yasumizu. No one knew his name, did they? Hello. Like always, it was hard to tell whether he was listening or not. I'll be living here from now on. Pleasure to meet you. Coming! There it was, his shtick. Huh? What? He beckoned me closer. He carefully brought my ear to his mouth. Va? Sway back. Wolf is coming? Oh, you surprised me. I evaded the potential damage to my eardrums. I had no idea what he was thinking, but he was grinning. Hungry. Please wait. I'll make you an onigiri. This might have actually been the first time I saw him properly communicate with someone. Well, he just. I think that's the easiest thing to tell everybody. Hey, I'm hungry. Once given the onigiri, he quickly munched it all up, leaving a big mess and staggered out. According to Kaori-san, he'd always been a part of the whole Yasumizu package. He seemed to have something wrong with his head and tended to cause trouble here. Always a part, huh? Would it be wrong to assume he'd experienced something that made him go insane? At the very least, his catchphrase about wolves coming gave me that impression. He'd experienced the feast once, and the fear made the boy who cried wolf become the old man who cried wolf. Yeah. Perhaps he'd even seen that thing. I'd love to hear what he had to say, but that seemed difficult. Is that everyone? Seems so. I was glad to have heard so much from Kaori-san, but I would have liked to talk to the young ones more. Shemi too. Was it possible for me to forge a proper relationship with her starting tomorrow? Of course he would wonder that. Let's rest until 6 p.m. With you here, everything was taken care of so quickly. You're a great help. Oh, it was nothing. After helping with the dinner preparations, I was mostly done for the day, so I was free to take another breather. It was almost 5 p.m. I hadn't been keeping track of time on the previous loop, but the mist had to appear soon. Needless to say, I was slightly tense. Not having anything better to do, I went outside. I looked up at the sky. The evening sun bathed everything in a red hue. This was probably the last time I'd see the mountain in the distance. No, this time I would survive until the mist cleared. Then I would look at this with the one dear to me and leave this place for good. He's talking about Chiemi Serizawa. As I gathered my resolve. Eat the donut, bologna, rice, snows on the mountain. I suddenly heard an off-key singing voice. It completely deflated the tension of the scene. Oh. I could see Meiko running through the plaza. She'd clearly noticed me. Uematsu-san was right behind her. Fusayuki-san. That wasn't my name. I'm Haruaki. Ah, Fusashi-san. You worked hard, I presume. I'm still shining with energy. How reliable. I'm going to look at the field downhill before dinner time comes. Oh, just like last time, huh? I've been busy fixing my bike here, so I hadn't even noticed them go down. There's a field downhill? Yes, though it is more of a graveyard. Grave. Is there anything significant? Oh, that aside, your clothes are a bit Buddhist, aren't they? Are you giving a memorial service or something? Yes. The Uematsu were also responsible for funeral rites. Our faith might have some roots in Buddhism as a result of that duty. Wait, what? So, Mamiya was right. Bedroom woman servants, was it? Perhaps they protected not only dreams, but also eternal sleep, the peace of the dead. Though, as our blood became less pure, we became unable to fulfill these duties. So we left them to the Miguruma. Despite that, after moving here to Yasumizu, you hold services for the local graves, huh? That is my intention, yes, but this time... What? I have become a bit worried. She looked toward the direction of Sadanaga again. Perhaps she could feel the coming of the mist with her skin. I heard that sensitive people could sense incoming weather changes by differences in pressure and humidity alone. I mean, you could also kind of just, smell it, feel it. You can know when it's wet outside, I guess. I don't know. Well, something happened. No, I think it is probably merely my imagination. Uematsu-san leaned on the pillar supporting the well's roof. Apparently, she'd decided against going to the field. Realizing this, Mako started playing around. Kids sure are a bundle of energy, huh? Indeed. Everyone was afraid of her because she came from Sadanaga. But she turned out to be an energetic child. Truly a relief. We're spending a lot of time with Uematsu-san. I wonder what happened to her. Perhaps she was doing her hardest to run away from a forced suicide in the mountains. That seemed likely. Takumi-san had mentioned last time that lots of suicidal people gathered here. But why did you... I was about to ask why she was the one to take care of her, but then I remembered something. She took in the corruption. That was one of the rules she was expected to fulfill. It felt wrong to me, but I didn't know what I actually had a problem with. Mako's parents, the locals who treated her like filth, or perhaps the customs and superstitions that caused it. 9. One whole birthday cow to find. 10. The kissed mice sway again. That's a unique song. I heard it during a broadcast in Fukama Fujiyoshi. I'd actually heard it here in the last loop, but whatever. It's an old song, but the teachings of great Lord Shinai-sama, the incarnation of the mountain, that keeps us alive. Shinai-san's guardians are 1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 cow, 3 crow, 4 spider. She began singing out of nowhere. 5 prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. 6 the badger runs along late with Nade as a fix. Her clear voice vanished into the wind passing this empty plaza. However, I could hear it very well. 7 the corrupt Yomibito rise to oppose the mountain. The tone of the song suddenly changed. 8 death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. Her singing now brought out feelings of unease. 9 1 soul per day now to bind. 10 the mists rise away again. An ice-cold voice cut her off. She is covered in blood. I looked at the source and a chill went down my spine. It was Chieme, covered in the red of the evening, as well as the red of blood. Her whole body was covered in blood. You were working hard, I see. I think she was butchering animals that Kanzo killed. Oh, I was... Huh? Serizawa-san, what happened? Oh, sorry, I guess making such a dramatic entrance while looking like this is a bit scary, huh? She gave me a broad grin. I believe she had to dismantle wild game. Yep, Kanzo Ji-chan got a big one this morning. The muscles and bone on this thing were huge. Oh yeah, Takumi-san had told her to help Kanzo-san. Oh, you know how to butcher wild game? It's easy when you get used to it. Your clothes are a mess now, though. You sure that's not a problem? I didn't mean for this to happen. My hand slipped a bit. Well, I haven't a set of clothes, so it ain't a problem. She laughed and it made her look even scarier. You can just call me Chiemi, by the way. Drop the fancy talk, too. Oh? Was that Rikako-san? No. It clearly was. Alright, Chiemi-chan. You can just call me Haruaki, too. Talk to me like I'm a friend. Oh, really? Alright, Haruaki-san. Want to get to know each other over some food? Oh? By the way, are we getting some of that game meat for dinner? Of course! We're in for some good eating. Woohoo! Isn't that great, Uematsu-san? What? Pa. Please call me Rikako. Wait, what? She's changing her mind. Wait, does she actually like Musaishi? Oh? What kind of response was that? What is it? Aruhara? Haruaki-sama? She was about to call me by some weird name, but she somehow managed to actually get my real one right. Probably being that she called out to me, but didn't actually have anything to say. Oh boy. Oh, and what's your problem, Shime-chan? Haruaki-san, wanna come watch me butcher game? You'll see me cut some meat with a huge knife. Splash, splash. Why splash? Whoa, that's kind of an invitation would have weirded out anyone normal, but me? I was actually intrigued. Haruaki-sama? This is literally like they're vying for Haruaki-san's attention. Yes. Shall we go there? Where? The graveyard. An invitation even freakier than the previous one. It felt like she'd take me straight to the land of the dead, though this was interesting in its own way. Huh? And what exactly are you gonna do there, Wakako-san? I don't know what this sound is. Hold on. What is the fuck is that so late at night? I don't know if you guys can hear that buzzing. I kind of want to check this out real quick, but I'll worry about that later. Huh. What of you, Serizawa-sama? Okay, wait, let me go look outside real quick then. I'll be right back. I'm back. So apparently that was just some jackass's engine. It wasn't even that close to my house. It was a little down the street. So someone's souped up their engine, just started up their car. Now I'm aware of what that fucking sound is randomly. Jesus. I really well, actually the funny thing is in California in the next like 10 to 15 years that won't be a thing anymore, because there's a law that they won't be able to buy pure combustion engines anymore. At least I think that got passed. I gotta check again later. But anyway, what of you, Serizawa-sama? Are you aware how absurd it is to show him a feast of blood, even if it is for Yasumizu? Blood is linked to the corruption. Rokako-san? You do know that lewdness is also dirty, right? Whatever are you imagining? I was not thinking of anything of the sort. Really, you seem like a closet pervert to me. I... Don't worry, all men love lewd women. Beaming. Wait, hold on. Wait, why is Rokako-san beaming now? Is she happy? Did she describe the nail as long and thick on purpose? As we told her how deep it is in the tire. Too bad though. I have even more lewd power than you. What? No fair. What the hell are you two talking about? Yuki-san, are you popular? What? Miko, whatever do you... Oh, you're out of the race. Guess I'll have him then. You will? That's too good to be true. You're my type. If you're gonna live here, then I guess I'll have something to look forward to when coming back home. So I had a chance to chime in this route too, huh? I like that he referred to it as a route. Conversation routes and everything. So I had a chance to chime in this route too. Oh, and I shall have many chances while you are away. Damn, Rokako-san. You're just like, you're in it now. What? Not happening. And with Rokako-san too. Miko-chan, let's have a race. Yay! I ran around with her like I was a kid, her own age again. I bet he's feeling good. I bet he's feeling good about himself right now. He's got two women going after him in this village. As much as I enjoyed them having a cat fight over... See, I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew that we were almost out of time. The dense mist began flowing into the plaza. This is a weird sound. The dense mist began flowing into the plaza. No way. My tone was a bit forced, but no one paid any heed. Ah! The mists are here! Chammy's loud voice flung everyone into a frenzied panic. Bachan's in the house. What about the old man? I ain't old. No, not the mists! This is different. This feels different than last time. Gee. Take the brats to the dorm. Yeah. Haruaki-san. I'll lead him. Alright, please do. Haruaki-san, this is Yasumizu's mist. Please do whatever she tells you, even if it sounds stupid. Alright. Oh, so this is the mist. I guess we should count ourselves lucky we got to see it. It's probably bad for our equipment. This is serious. I'm so glad you have rooms. Please run to them immediately. Mamiya-san, you're with us. Cameraman, you... I'll take him. The prefab, right? Come with me and don't fall. No need to rush. Actually, there's a lot of need to rush. I don't need you becoming a mound of meat. I couldn't help but worry. Coming, the wolf is coming! At the edge of my fading vision, I saw the old man mutter that and walk off. Mako. Haruaki-sama. Looks like it was not just my imagination. We have to lock up in our houses now, right? Cleanse, shelter, dream. That is how you prepare for the feast. Please don't forget to do them. Wash my body, lock the door, and sleep. Yes, you will not get to eat until tomorrow, so please be patient. Okay, got it. If they obey the laws, no one will die today. What do you mean? Today we prepare for the feast. Those who do not are punished by our great Lord Shinai. Please go. Rokako-san took Mako in her hands and took a step back. That alone made her face less clear. Please prepare. I wish to see you again tomorrow. I will. I shouted that right before her face vanished. She clearly liked me, so much that she was almost crying. She probably assumed I wouldn't believe her and thought I'd be a pile of gore tomorrow. Not a chance. I knew how serious this was and understood the depths of their fear and despair. And on top of it all, I wanted to help them. I wanted to reassure them by making them that all too clear. I made my way carefully downhill to my hut. Unlock, enter, lock. Good. Lock your door. Oh man. I felt so much safer than last time. After all, I could actually lock up, had a decently sized space that was protected from the mist and had a nice place to lie down. Not to mention that it didn't smell like shit and ammonia because I'm not in an outhouse this time. I'd made it this far. That alone was a strong sign that I was doing way better than before. I turned on the light. I actually had electricity here. Well, I had it in the dorm last time too. All that was really cut was the telephone wires to the dining hall. Weird to think that mist and severed phone wires were enough to create a closed circle like this one. Even weird that I actually came back here of my own volition. I reached into the bag at the corner of the room and opened the yellow box of food. It was probably unfair to everyone else, but I needed the energy. I'd have a hell of a time tomorrow. After my half-assed excuse for a dinner, I took the wet towel from the pail and washed my body. I then checked if the door was really locked. All that was left was to spread out the futon and sleep. Could I though? After all, I had so many things on my mind. First things I learned today. I found out I could change how things went down. This time I somehow succeeded in becoming an inhabitant here and saved the journalists. I had no idea if this would make things better than last time, but it was clear things were different. That alone was big. It had to be. Also, I had a feeling there was at least one Yasumizu inhabitant who had experienced a feast before. This wasn't that new, but now I felt like the elders weren't the only suspects. Takumi-san could have experienced one too. Tomorrow, I could probably ask if there was a mist before, but I could actually make it sound natural. The settlement's history was just as deserving of an investigation as its customs and superstitions. And Rokako Uematsu, she might have actually been way weirder than I'd first thought. She fell often and went nuts when you just called her by name. Despite her weirdness, though, there was a certain charm to her. She was kind of like a fancy-looking restaurant that you were afraid to go into, but when you mustered the courage, it turned out to be unexpectedly cheap and solid, simple yet nice flavors. making you really attached to it. But objectively speaking, it felt like she was actually attracted to me. But why? Did our first meeting leave that much of an impression? Not that I minded the attention, but this seemed a bit too good to be true. Whatever the case, I'd formed a bond that I certainly didn't expect last time. Assuming I solved this whole mystery, what would I do next? Following through on my lie and actually living here would upset too many parties, so that was a no. And if I left here someday, what would become of my relationships? Rikako-san didn't look like she'd ever leave this place. What about Chimmy? Why was I counting my chickens before they hatched anyway? I did appreciate that Chimmy actually liked me this time too. I wasn't much help to her last loop, so I kind of fixated on saving her on this one. But there was another way to look at this. That was a feeling born of a trip through hell with her last time. Standing by her until the end, but the Chimmy from back then wasn't the same as the Chimmy from this loop. Any feelings I had for the previous Chimmy had nothing to do with this one. There was nothing more hollow than chasing after unrequited feelings, right? I had enough of thinking about that. It just made me feel empty inside. Time to review more important things. Like the previous roles. Takamimura was the snake. Chikamochi Kamoshida and Meiko were the monkeys. Yasunaga, Oribe, and Tai Yamawaki were the wolves. Those were the only clear ones. Now for the rest. Since the spider was supposed to protect the snake, Takami-san, who died on the second day, it was safe to assume it was someone who died on the first. That was either Kanzo Makishima or Yoshitsugu Oribe, and I was pretty sure it was the former. Yeah, that's what we pretty much assumed also. I had no guesses for the crow though. That guardian didn't really get a turn in the spotlight last time. Yeah, no one was actually hung. There was only one standard lynching. After all, in fact, there were far more abnormal deaths. We didn't have a lynching. We voted on someone to be lynched, but they didn't actually get lynched. Though I had no idea if those were or were not covered by the crow's power to tell if the lynch victim was a wolf or not. If they were, then perhaps the crow was waiting for the chance to come out, but all who died were humans, and eventually they were out of the game. Or maybe it was someone who couldn't make good use of the power at all. Assuming Kanzo-san was the spider, then I had 7 suspects for the crow. Yoshitsugu Oribe, Haru Makishima, Chieme Saruzawa, Rikaku Uematsu, Kiyonosuke no Sato, Kaori Oribe, and the old wolf guy. First, Yatsutsugu-kun, honestly I felt like he'd reveal himself as an owner of a guardian way before Takami-san would. He was reckless and impulsive after all. Kiyonosuke seemed like the type to proudly reveal that he had the crow. He was family's guardian beast after all. Also, I'm curious if the snake's power reveals who's what role. Because if it reveals if they're a wolf or a human, does it also reveal if they're a monkey or a spider or a crow? Or maybe he was using it to gather information on his own, so he could pull out a bunch of his own deductions all at once. No, he wasn't that stupid, surely. Also, he was given free rein until the wolves got to him on the final day. He'd had ample time to do something. Then Haru Makishima. She betrayed the humans inside with the wolves, despite the fact it wouldn't save her life. Needless to say, that seemed insane. The Great Lord Shinai came to her in a dream and told her the truth. What the hell? Who died for that? That's actually it's very close to Cthulhu mythos. Because the followers of Cthulhu, they see the truth, they go insane, and they try to awaken Lord Cthulhu. And for them, their reward is to be killed first. It's just to die as he awakens. So they don't see the nightmarish hell world that he's about to unleash on everybody. Maybe Lord Shinai is a Cthulhu. Or an elder god. Was there some other way to create such madness? A method to create a murderer? Was there anything besides that Besides what Yasunaga mentioned, I had no idea, but if there was, I really didn't think anyone with a guardian would fall victim to it. If Chiame was the crow, I would hope she'd have confided me about it. Kaori Oribe I had no idea. She'd been the only one killed the conventional way. Oh, that's right, they did lynch her last time, but was never really given the chance to speak up. Even if she was, it's possible she'd chosen to keep silent and focus on killing everyone for her son, or she'd try to become a shield for him. The old wolf guy made no sense at all. If he'd gotten a guardian, it likely would have just gone to waste. Finally, Rikako-san. I had no idea what to expect from her. She was the only descendant of the Uematsu family and their current head, so perhaps she knew some secrets known only to the head families. However, from what I'd observed of her today, it really did seem like she'd just had a bad feeling and come to check. I didn't know how intelligent she was either. She did seem to have a good intuition, but she was also a bit of a klutz. There was also the fact that she'd been eliminated from the previous game due to some kind of strange corruption. Maybe she didn't have a chance to reveal that she possessed a guardian. That meant that the most likely candidates for the crow were Rikako-san, Kaori-san, and the old wolf guy. What was most important though, was if those with guardians would be the exact same as last time. If they were, I'd have this feast in a bag. If, to use an extreme example, I went and silently took out Yasunaga-kun and Tai-san, I'd probably fall victim to the corruption, but the human side would win. Of course, the participants were different this time, so it wasn't guaranteed that we'd get the same guardians. See, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that since we're going to be participating and we have two more other outsiders in this, that the guardians will change. So the wolves will change. But if Great Lord Shinai or whatever picked them had some sort of qualifications for his chosen, the addition of outsiders would change nothing. On the other hand, if our participation could change the guardian assignments, was it random or was there some kind of pattern? Whichever it was, it would mean that there was no higher will intent on giving guardians to specific people. Whatever the case, it would help getting closer to the truth behind the feast. If I found out the rules behind the guardian distribution, I could probably win without trying to read people's minds. The only problem was my whole looping thing. Nobody would believe me if I told them. I couldn't blame them. If I went and said, "This is how it was last time, so you're the wolf this time," everyone would think I'm nuts. I had to look at this as nothing but a source of extra info to use at my advantage. He'd have to still suss out who the wolves are. That means if he loops more than this time, he'll know that they're always the same wolves. But if it all cracks down the same way and Takumi still reveals he's a snake, could be same wolves. And of course I couldn't sleep. What would happen to me if I spent the whole night awake? Was someone watching me? Did they know I wasn't sleeping? Would they come to kill me? That line of thinking made me feel like I was being watched. You are being watched by Lord Shinai and his guardian spirits. What about the locals? They already had the mist and the feast to fear. Could they sleep soundly? Apparently they did. I knew the old story said that they should be able to, but... Nichan, make me happy too. There was something wrong with the people of Yasumizu. They were normal in regular circumstances, no total idiots anywhere, and not all of them seemed like the sort to lose themselves in superstitious ramblings. I think it's the food, the land, because you're eating of the land of Lord Shinai. So that, what's her name? Chiame actually got tired that one night when she actually stayed in the room for too long. She passed out for a bit and then woke up again. However, certain situations seem to act as a trigger, turning them completely irrational. The absolute extreme fear of the mist. The complete submission to the real story. The lack of aversion toward hanging people. Was that all part of the feast? If so, what kind of psychological systems were at work here? I couldn't understand. Things I couldn't understand scared me. Was there a limit to the extent I couldn't comprehend? What if it was just a huge, never-ending downward spiral of irrationality? If that was the case, it'd be pretty damn scary. What? He suddenly feels sleepy. He fell asleep and he woke up. He just suddenly woke up the next day, even though he was up. My eyes were closed, but it was bright. That could only mean that morning had come. No, well, yes, but there was something more important. I'd actually closed my eyes and fallen asleep. I got to my feet. Time to find out if anyone died. Sure enough, it was morning. I'd actually ended up sleeping. Well, that meant that since I'd completed my preparations, I was actually invited to the feast. That was proof that as long as you had a place to stay, you could participate in the feast, even if you'd lived here only for a day. It was 6 o'clock right now. I'd gone to bed way too early, but that provided me a good night's sleep. I couldn't sense any beasts outside. Good. I didn't know you had that power. Without any hesitation, I opened the door. Sure enough, there was mist. Last time, the first one who'd come to me was Chieme, but that was later than it was now. Was I supposed to wait before making a move? No. This was my chance to learn something I hadn't last time. I couldn't let this opportunity slip me by. Yasumizu was eerily silent. I couldn't see anything. My whole body was covered in mist, and I was all alone. It reminded me of my time wandering the endless riverbed before death. Crap. People despaired when they were cold, hungry, alone, and could barely see. This was unavoidable, and not something I could win against. I had to find someone right away. Who's there? Suddenly I heard an angry shout from nearby. It made me turn rigid, and then... You? Early, huh? Kanzi Makashimashi came out of the mist, gun in hand. Good morning. Woke up just now. Yes, nothing special happened. Saw your stomach? Huh? The Guardians show on the stomach. Oh yeah, Jimmy had told me that last time. Also mentioned something about Mako not being able to read it. Go and look. If you say so. Acting like I didn't know what he was talking about, I returned to the hut. Man, that was close. I hadn't even considered the possibility that I'd have a guardian. Well, it was unlikely, but I'd check just to be sure. I lifted my shirt and exposed my stomach. He's a wolf? Is that a wolf? What the fuck is that? What I saw almost made me shriek. I hadn't even noticed it. I didn't even realize there was something like this on my body. So we have a guardian. My guess... Actually, yeah, that's 3 eyes, isn't it? I don't know. What are we? I can't read this. Wait, Yagoda... Mihari... Why is this all in katakana? Kaba... Anshimin... I'm just trying to find man... Sen... Mesochi... Sevena Kuba... Suna... It was drawn in a red fluid, most likely blood. It was nothing that I've ever seen before. Also, there was some eerie text here. I need a mirror. No, I'll take a photo. Alright, he has a phone. After a bit of trial and error, I finally read what it said. Oh, we're a snake. We have the snake. So this mark was a snake. So okay, all the guardians change, I guess. The guardians should change. Because Takami's no longer the snake, we are. Clearly said the tower lookout. The description seemed faithful to the original source and it had a certain aura about it. Find the lurking Yomi. The snake's role was to search for the Yomibito. Cleanse and purify or die. Man, not being roundabout at all, are we? Anyway, that meant the corruption would take me if I didn't wash it off, huh? Does that? I would quickly grab the wet towel and washed off the freaky warning. It even smelled like blood. I didn't know what it belonged to, though. If it were animal blood, I might have been in danger of catching something. Man, what were they thinking? This is interesting. Anyway, the snake of all things. It belonged to Takami-san last time. He quickly revealed it, and I assumed the wolves used it to their advantage. After all, the snake was the human's only way of actively confirming who was a wolf or not. Okay, I'm curious. I'm curious who he decides to investigate first. This made it even harder for me to die. And just like I thought yesterday, the roles had changed a lot. There was now no guarantee that Yasunaga-kun and Tai-san were wolves. They could easily be humans. You could check that. You could check that one night, but then you also might be wasting it. But also it isn't a waste, because if you know that Yasunaga-kun is not a wolf, you'll know that the wolves are different people, possibly. Tai-san could still be a wolf, depending on which one he decides to investigate. The same went for everyone else. It was best to assume that I'd been sent back to square one on that front. Basically. Wait, how was I supposed to use the snake's power anyway? The blood letters only said that I was a snake and had to wash it off right away. Fuck, that's right. He doesn't know that he has to pray and write a name and put it under his pillow or something. Did someone know? But if I went to ask, I'd basically be telling them I was a snake. Would there be an explanation during the first feast? I had no choice but to believe for now. I would just return to the plaza. He should ask how all of the guardians work, or how they use their powers. Good morning. Just in case like anyone there doesn't know, because there's 3 new players and he's a guardian. I walked through the mist as I called out. Over here, boy. This time I had no problem meeting up with Kanzo-san. Did you check it? Yes. Well, my mind stopped for a second. Well, what? Nothing. Don't mind it. He looked away. Was that a leading question just now? What if Kanzo's a wolf? That's why he's trying to see if he has something. Then again, he could be a human. He trying to see if that we're a wolf, because we'd have the mark of the wolf on us. Garo. If there was something on my stomach, it meant I had a guardian. If I was meant to be a newcomer who didn't know anything, was it unfair to ask me that? If I'd actually said or even implied that there'd been something on my stomach, that would mean that I had a guardian. Or if I said there was nothing, that could be used against me further down the line, putting me at a disadvantage, because he'd know you're human. If he was a wolf who knew the implications of his question, then again, I felt like he retracted his question because he knew it could lead to that kind of misunderstanding. Shit, I'd love to ask that, but I couldn't use knowledge I wasn't supposed to have. Makishima-san, right? Have you looked around yet? That seemed like a yes to me. Is everyone all right? One's dead. Huh? Wait, you completely lost me just now. What's going on? Stop making noise, I'll kill you. Kill? Did he really just use that word so casually? Stay where you are. I don't trust you. He brandished his rifle again. I don't know anything. I didn't do anything. We'll decide that at the feast. He sure was assertive. Maybe he didn't have a guardian this time. This made me realize I could tell friend from foe by searching for differences in their behavior from last time around. Interesting. So he has a lot more information, and he can get any information he needs. For now, though, I just had to make it through this awkward moment with Kanzo-san. I wonder who died. Soon enough, we were joined by the others. Tai-san, Takumi-san, Kaori-san, Yoshitsugu-san, the old wolf guy. Takumi-san and Kanzo then went to Nasato Mansion and the dorm, leaving me with just a woman, a child, and 2 elders. Hey, old fart. I wasn't one of those old farts, damn it. You mean me? Who else? Now that's just uncalled for. What is it anyway? You know anything? Huh, like what? You got sent to Yasumizu and this happened. It's fucking weird, ain't it? You talked to Higuchi, right? That asshole tell you something? Or anything? Nothing comes to mind. I played it off. Looks like the streak of bad luck I've had since Tokyo is still going on. I can sense the situation isn't normal. This miss is just crazy. Like you're one to talk, you bad shit. He said that, but his tone wasn't as antagonistic as before. It actually felt somewhat friendly. I could only guess that my act from yesterday warmed him up to me a bit. Anyway. Yoshitsugu, this again? I ain't picking a fight this time. And stop pushing yourself, you're all pale. I'm sorry about this. Fusashi-san and Yoshitsugu, you behave. Oh, I'm sorry about this, Fusashi-san and Yoshitsugu, you behave. I don't mind. By the way, Rikako-san and Meiko-san still aren't here. It seems so. They usually wake up early. I don't give a shit about the village heads. Stop it, Yoshi-kun. I'll go and call them. The relationships here really were complicated. Soon enough, Tai-san brought Rikako-san and Meiko. Good morning. As she entered the plaza, she looked at our mist-covered faces. Upon seeing mine, she gasped, then gave me a very slight bow. One-chan, I rolled in my futon and hit my leg. It hurts. Meiko seemed to be in poor spirits. A bit later, I will make it better. With some magic words. Magic? I wouldn't have been all that surprised if she actually was capable of that. This is my first time seeing Yasumizu's mist. It's awfully thick. It's my first time as well. I believe we will have to perform the feast. True. I don't want no fucking family here telling me what to do with the goddamn feast. Yoshitsugu! I'm sorry for being so powerless. Bah, Oni-chan, you're scary. I ain't okay with you being here. You're still a village head, and there's no way to tell what you're thinking. What's your beef with her? Do you hate the village heads that much? Damn right I do. Without them, Mom would've... I'll expose you eventually. Yoshitsugu Kunshi was aggressive this time. Did he have a guardian? This line of thinking felt dangerous. Making too many assumptions seemed more risky than not knowing anything. One-chan? Rikako-san was as inexpressive as always, but I could tell she was feeling depressed. Man, things sure are difficult here. Huh. Haruaki-sama. She looked around in confusion before. I am relieved that you are well, truly. She then gave me a smile. Hey, it's not like a mist can do that much to me, right? Saranaga. That is the name of the river below. Its mists are said to be the breath of Yomi. They are considered to be the worst of ill omens here in Fujiyoshi. Nasato-san told me that people always die when there are mists. She made a stern face, unlike any I'd ever seen. What a horrible thing to say to a newcomer, such as yourself. Oh, but he said that it's only because the mist is so dense it causes many accidents. Even so, it's imprudent. People still live here. Saying that to someone is certain to die is too ominous. I've only been here for a day, but from what I could tell, you're pretty different from the other family heads, aren't you? Well, why would you think that? Well, the way you talk about Yasumizu, for one, it's nothing like Nasato-san and Kama Fujiyoshi people. I merely think that it should be shown that the respect it deserves. Fujiyoshi as a whole depends heavily on Yasumizu, so... What do you mean? Can you elaborate? I shall tell you eventually. Now is not... Yeah, I understand. It's a bad time for that. I want to protect Yasumizu. Thus, Rikaku-san fell silent. Feeling a bit awkward, I resumed waiting. However, this is about the time I should be stopping for now. There's a lot I want to find out. And a lot I want to know. And I'm very curious about, so I will be streaming this again soon. Probably tomorrow. Anyway, I want to thank you all for coming by, checking out the stream, hanging out. And I will see you all next time. Have a good night. Later.